The atmosphere was cold and murderous. The atmosphere was cold and murderous. Whether it was Long Fei or Bai Hao, both of them had already developed killing intent in their hearts. "All right, you're the one who said that," Bai Hao said as he gnashed his teeth. "Of course, the words of Long Fei do not count yet. However, if you lose, I don't want your dog life. Just kowtow obediently and apologize," Long Fei said, was completely uninterested in killing Bai Hao. Although his cultivation base wasn't weak, he was already at the peak of perfection. However, he wasn't even a wild boss, so there was no need to waste time. However, with how frivolous and gentle Bai Hao was as a man, he absolutely couldn't tolerate him. "Long Fei." Yuro had a worried look on her face. "Boss, this kid's background isn't simple. Look at how the ancient dogs of Tianyuan City treat him so respectfully. I'm afraid this kid has some tricks up his sleeve," Li Yuanba said. Long Fei nodded. "Don't worry, you still don't know me. From the gods' martial continent to now, we have fought and killed crazily. Since when did we cower?" Long Fei said. Now that he had met Li Yuanba once again, the memories in Long Fei's heart had been stirred, and he was extremely excited. He also wanted to ask what Li Yuanba had experienced in the past few years, but the situation now was a little unfavorable for her. "Ha ha ha, right, men should do it, we can't submit. Boss, go ahead. I will guard my sister-in-law here. No one can touch her. I really look forward to the way this pretentious person kneels down and kowtows." Li Yuanba laughed openly. However, just as he finished speaking, the zither behind Gu Xingdao started laughing out loud. "Haha, two idiots. You don't even know his identity, right? One of the most mysterious inheritances of the primal chaos continent, you actually say that you can win? If you win, then I'll chop off your head and kick it like a ball." As the zither laughed, even Gu Xingdao's eyes slightly narrowed. Long Fei remained calm and collected. Li Yuanba scoffed. With a simple and honest appearance, he showed an expression that said, "You're an idiot," making Gu Qin burn with anger. He clearly knew in his heart that Long Fei was facing against a god's tribe, but a Emperor Xian. No matter how powerful the existence of the primal chaos land was, could it be stronger than the Emperor Xian? Even an existence like the Emperor Xian did not put him in his heart, so how could he care about the legacy of the primal chaos? However, Li Yuanba did not say these words out loud. Long Fei looked at the zither, and killing intent arose in his eyes. "I'll remember what you said," Long Fei said word by word. Every word was filled with killing intent. Instantly, the zither's face went pale and its mind shook. However, when he saw Bai Hao and Gu Xingdao, he regained his confidence. "So what if I remember? I am waiting for the moment you beg for mercy in front of Master Bai," Gu Qin said forcefully. "Humph." Long Fei coldly snorted, looked towards Bai Hao and said, "Speak, what do you want to compete in?" "It's simple. I have a secret world in my hands, so let's compete by being able to hunt more living creatures," Bai Hao confidently said with confidence. "Secret world." Long Fei was startled, but immediately became excited. This was the beginning of a dungeon. For a moment, Long Fei's heart was moved. Instance dungeons represented experience. To Long Fei, there was nothing more satisfying than leveling up. For a time, all the displeasure vanished. "All right, when do we start?" Long Fei was getting impatient. "Are you in such a hurry to die? Since that's the case, then come with me," Bai Hao faintly said. Long Fei did not hesitate at all, as he was not worried that Bai Hao would have any tricks up his sleeve. "Boss, don't worry. Boss, just relax. I have my own nest outside the Tianyun city," Li Yuanba said with a helpless look on his face. Seeing Li Yuanba's expression, Long Fei's heart froze. He felt a little uncomfortable. He knew about Li Yuanba's experience in the universal realm, so he patted Li Yuanba's shoulders and said, "Don't worry. When I return, I will definitely help you think of a way." "All right, I trust your boss." Li Yuanba nodded heavily. Following that, Long Fei immediately summoned his god's pavilion. With a flash, he entered the god's pavilion. The expression in Gu Xingdao and Bai Hao's eyes changed as a sense of desire and caution flashed through them. It was obvious that they were extremely curious about Long Fei's method. Li Yuanbao was also preparing to leave with Yu Rou. Long Fei, you must be careful. Yu Rou said worriedly. Don't worry, I didn't eat you yet. I can't bear to let something happen to me. Long Fei laughed. Yu Rou's face flushed red. Bai Hao gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fists tightly. Cut the crap. Follow me if you have the guts. As for Sister Rou, you don't have to worry. I believe that I won't do anything unwise in the ancient city, right? Bai Hao coldly said. Gu Xingdao let out a cold snort before turning around and leaving with the zither. Instantly, the hatred in Bai Hao's eyes intensified. Looking at the deep feelings between Long Fei and Yu Rou, he felt indignant in his heart. He wanted to show off his superiority to let Long Fei know the difference between the two of them. However, he didn't expect Gu Xingdao to directly leave without giving him any face. Humph, just you wait until this daddy obtains the qualification battles and becomes the god of boundary, then I will have you all become the lowliest dogs. Bai Hao ruthlessly said in his heart. Then, he took the first step and soared into the sky. Ha ha ha! What kind of face slapping was this? This is King jumping into the latrine. You think you're shitting, yes? Li Yuanba laughed out loud. Humph, generally speaking, existences like this wouldn't survive past 2 episodes in a TV show. Wait, I'll go and take care of him, Long Fei said. Taking the chance that Yu Rou wasn't paying attention, a pair of hands swept past her chest. Yu Rou's face was red and she did not speak, while Long Fei's figure also disappeared amidst an obscene smile. Long Fei, you must be careful, Yu Rou silently said as she watched Long Fei's figure disappear into the distance. Don't worry, sister-in-law. It was impossible for him to stop the boss with just him. If there is a miracle in the world, then my boss is the founder of a miracle. His existence is precisely for breaking the cage and creating a miracle, Li Yuanba said firmly. Within the clouds, Long Fei chased closely after Bai Hao without any hesitation. Bai Hao's speed was continuously increasing, but Long Fei still maintained the same distance between them. Bai Hao was fast and Long Fei was fast. In the end, Bai Hao simply stopped and waited for Long Fei. What's wrong? Isn't it about to accelerate? Long Fei said with a playful expression. Along the way, every change in Bai Hao's speed could not escape Long Fei's eyes. But he was too naive. Long Fei's holy source value could be replenished. There was always a need to worry. Humph, Long Fei is it? Don't be arrogant. Wait until you get into my secret world, then you will know what is called despair. Bai Hao suppressed the rage in his eyes as he spoke. All right, but don't disappoint me with your secret world. Don't be careless, I played the entire secret world for you. Long Fei did not budge an inch as he spoke indifferently. As he was speaking, Long Fei's heart was suddenly moved. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed as numerous jade buildings suddenly appeared. The 3 big words on the doorstep instantly attracted Long Fei's attention, causing him to feel a certain kind of energy in his body suddenly become irritable. The power of the Sky Spill? Sky Spill World. Long Fei's heart rate sped up, to the point that he couldn't wait to enter. Above the dome, several figures suddenly appeared. Above the dome, several figures suddenly appeared. The aura emitted from every single one of them was extremely strange. When Long Fei just entered the door, he could not help but be surprised. This place was simply too strange. The interior of the door was like a new world. Not only was it filled with spiritual energy, it also possessed a special kind of power that caused the power in his body to jump continuously. It wanted to break through Long Fei's suppression several times. Yoshin, I never thought that there would be so many hidden forces in this chaotic world. It's said that the Yoshin meridian has already disappeared, and even Long Quang thought so. I never thought that the other party would open up another world in the void of primal chaos. Awesome! Long Fei thought, and then immediately suppressed the sky spill power in his body. This was because more and more figures had already appeared. Every single one of them was looking at him with unfriendly gazes. Young master, what's going on? Why did you come back alone? Where is my clan's holy maiden? Yes, young lord. Also, why did you bring an outsider back? Could it be that our deduction is wrong? The holy maiden of my clan is a man? Inharmonious voices came out one after another, surrounding Long Fei, wishing that he could be dissected. There's no need to guess. I've found Sister Ro. As for him, he's just a reckless ant. As Bai Hao spoke, he spoke of everything that had happened in the Tianyun city. Nonsense, it's simply nonsense. Can any kind of cat or dog enter my clan? That's right, young lord. To deal with such a person, we can just directly use an array to suppress him. There's no need to waste so much time. How about this? This old man will immediately kill this trash, and then bring the holy maiden back. Tell her that he is already dead in Secret World. In front of Bai Hao, those people who had walked out of the sky-reaching realm were all looking at Long Fei with unfriendly look. It seemed that if Long Fei stepped into the sky-spill realm, it would be a kind of humiliation. As for Bai Hao, there was a trace of malice on his face. Am I the young master, or are you the young masters? Since when is it your turn to be the overseer of this sky-spill world? Bai Hao coldly asked. Instantly, all sound vanished. However, Long Fei was somewhat hesitant in his heart. Was Bai Hao's 3 views so righteous? You want to have a fair and square match with me? One must know that they were all his people now that they had arrived here. Even if he were to do anything, it was likely that no one would be able to say anything. No, that's not right. Bai Hao is not a good person. But what is he up to? Long Fei guessed. At this moment Bai Hao's voice appeared. Long Fei, don't worry, since I said that I want to have a fair battle with you, I will definitely not use some methods to kill you. However, there is one thing I have to remind you of. If my clan's secret world wants to open it, it will need too much effort, so when the time comes, my clan's disciples will also enter. If you're worried, you can also get help. As Bai Hao spoke, he looked at Long Fei with a playful expression. No worries, you can enter however much you want. Long Fei said indifferently. With more people and less people, there was no difference at all to Long Fei. In any case, if the other party was really playing dirty, Long Fei didn't mind turning all of them into his own experience. I hope you will still have the courage to say this tomorrow. Men, arrange a room for him. Bai Hao instructed. Then, a little friend of the Yenshu God's tribe unwillingly walked up to him. Let's go. After saying that, the other party walked forward. Long Fei did not speak further and followed the other party. Very quickly, under the arrangement of the other party, Long Fei entered a small hut at the side. You, just stay here for the night. The Yen God's tribe disciple said coldly. Long Fei was startled, but soon after, anger arose in his heart. This place can accommodate people? Long Fei frowned, a trace of unhappiness appearing in his heart. This was simply a junk room. It was fine if there wasn't anything. Even the roof was open, and one could see the stars in the sky just by looking up. Hey, why don't you take a piss and see your status? It's already good enough that I'm living here for you. If you can't live here, then stay out the night. The Yenshu God's tribe disciple said disdainfully, and left arrogantly. I'll endure. Long Fei groaned, suppressing his anger. When your young lord kneels in front of me and begs for mercy, I'll see what face you have. Long Fei said fiercely in his heart. Following which, with a flick of his palm, a strong gust of wind swept across an area. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started his teasing. At this time, in the Tianyun city's city lord's mansion, Gu Qin kneeled in front of Gu Xingdao with a wronged expression. Father, I refuse to accept this. You are the Tianyun City's city lord, and that wild brat won't die. How will outsiders view you? In the future, where will the city lord's mansion line up to? And that by how? He doesn't even put you in his eyes. He deserves to die as well. Gu Qin said again and again. His eyes were filled with hatred. He hated Bai Hao and hated Long Fei even more. The moment the two of them appeared, he felt that all his years of life had been wasted. All the sense of superiority had been stepped on heavily. Shut up. How can I have a useless son like you? How could you blame others if you failed? Tomorrow I will get you to send me to your Sky Empire, and have your aunt arrange for you to enter the Imperial Palace. As for them, you can be at ease. So what if they were the Yentian race? I have sent word to the Celestial Emperor. The power of the Sky Spill. This was something that the Heavenly Emperor would be very interested in. At that time, regardless of whether it's the Yoshin clan or that boy, they will pay the price for everything they've done today. Gu Xingdao narrowed his eyes and said with a cold voice. Ha ha ha, Father's skills are indeed more brilliant. Oh right, there's also that woman, Father doesn't forget. She was also an array master, and Bai Hao's appearance seemed to have something to do with him. Heh heh, Father, ah. When the time comes, we'll be father and son. The zither had a lustful expression. Ha ha ha. Gu Xingdao also let out a loud laugh. The entire room was filled with the lustful laughter of the two. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an entire night had passed. Very early in the morning, Long Fei was notified by his disciple yesterday that he was about to enter Secret World. Under the guidance of that person, Long Fei followed them to an empty area in the Sky Spill realm. Long Fei, are you ready? Bai Hao spoke, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. A mere secret world, I don't even put him in my eyes. On the other hand, your Yenwu God's tribe is really awesome, directly entering over 10,000 disciples? Long Fei said in disdain, his eyes filled with ridicule. However, in his heart, he was already laughing out loud. Does it have to be so powerful? Tens of thousands of disciples. A single disciple has tens of thousands of experience. That's already over 100 million experience. Long Fei was excited. Long Fei was excited. Especially these disciples of the Yen God's tribe, their eyes were filled with hatred. Long Fei already knew that this so-called life wager was not that simple. Best to pray that you have no heart. Otherwise, I don't mind having a few more ghosts under my command. Long Fei pondered. Bai Hao's figure had long since appeared in front of a huge statue in the empty plaza. Long Fei, are you ready? Bai Hao's voice carried a trace of arrogance, as if he was determined to eat Long Fei alive. Long Fei chuckled and curled the corner of his mouth. What? You're so impatient to kowtow to me and admit your mistake? Long Fei said playfully. In an instant, rays of cold light shot out from the eyes of the man from God's tribe. Brat, you're so arrogant. Who gave you the right to act so arrogantly in our Yen God's tribe? If it wasn't for young master wanting to completely crush you, there simply isn't a need for open secret realm. You are already a dead person. A series of furious roars rang out. The members of the Yen God's tribe all had killing intent on their faces as they glared at Long Fei. Long Fei was not moved. With his current strength, there was no need to be afraid. Forget about the entire Yen God's tribe. The strongest cultivator was only at the 9th level of the super perfection. Even if there really was a peak powerhouse like the ancient Tao, Long Fei was not afraid at all. I hope you still have the courage to be so arrogant in the secret world. Since you've made your preparations, elders, let's begin. Bai Hao said indifferently. Long Fei curled his lips, his mind calm. He also had some anticipation for the secret world. I hope you won't disappoint me. Long Fei thought. After which, Bai Hao's voice sounded out. The few elders of the Yenwu God's tribe were like sacrifices as they sat crossed-legged in front of the sculpture, and their hands began to surge with power. So. Lines of patterns containing mysterious powers were carved out. Long Fei's eyes moved, the sky spill power inside his body started to rage once again, as if it was transmitting an idea to Long Fei. Devour. Devouring desire of extreme desire. It was as if he wanted nothing more than to break free of Long Fei's body and swallow these imprints. Damn, is it really that crazy? Is it possible for me to level up? Long Fei thought. This strand of heaven's divination power was the reward of the system. He hadn't used it ever since he saved her. He didn't expect it to happen again and again. However, Long Fei naturally knew that now was not the time to attack. The secret world was the key. Following that, Long Fei had no choice but to suppress the power of the sky spill spell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, a loud explosion resounded. The engravings on the hand of the Yen presbyter of God's tribe formed a door in the air, and this door stood right above the sculpture. Long Fei, the door to the secret world has been opened. There is a shrine in the deepest part of secret world. Whoever reaches it first will be the victor. As Bai Hao spoke, his eyes turned cold and he jumped through the door. Shwa shwa shwa. Tens of thousands of Yen descendant of God's tribe followed closely behind, jumping in one after another. Long Fei did not hesitate and leaped up, rushing straight towards the big gate. However, just as his body neared the door, a change occurred. The door that was initially open but was now closed. Long Fei was stunned for a moment, and then immediately froze on the spot. "This is Bai Hao's intention?" Long Fei said coldly. In that moment, Long Fei felt a ruthless feeling growing in his heart. Such a gamble? Was he joking? Before he could even enter the secret world, the door was about to close. "Humph, little brat, do you think that our power is worthless? Every single strand of power is our power of life. We can open it for our clan's disciples, so what are you?" "That's right. If you have the ability, why don't you enter by yourself? It's your own business if you can't get in. If you can't get in, you can just leave your dog life," the Yenshu God's tribe elder said with a face full of schadenfreude. Long Fei's eyes were ice cold, and his pupils emitted killing intent. Just as the killing intent in Long Fei's heart was about to spread, the expression of the elders of the Yen God's tribe changed. At this moment, the entire sculpture started to tremble. Although it was light, it was visible to the naked eye. The statue of the great emperor was moving? How was this possible? Could it be that someone is touching the boundary of my sky spill world? No, someone is deducing something and is looking for my sky spill world. It seems like this day will come after all. They must have caught the open secret realm. Quickly, close the gates so they can't figure it out anymore, the Yen God's tribe elder said in panic. And when Long Fei heard it, his gaze also fixed onto the sculpture. Emperor statue, Emperor Yen Tian? Without any reason, Long Fei's heart moved. One had to know that his hands were currently filled with imprints of longevity and decay. These two powers were the Emperor's most primal energies. Now that there was this great Emperor Yen Tian, Long Fei naturally did not want to let him off. Suddenly, a wave of pressure flashed past Long Fei's heart. Just as he was staring at the statue of the Emperor, he realized that the eyes of the sculpture had opened. Instantly, an indescribable impact swept forth, directly striking Long Fei's soul. Long Fei simply could not reject it. He simply did not have enough time to react, and the power directly rushed into his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, a chaotic world appeared in Long Fei's sea of consciousness. It was an incomparably vast world, and the aura of primal chaos was so dense that it filled the entire world. It was as if the heavens and the earth were stuck together. Is this the real ancient world? Long Fei's heart trembled. This kind of scene was even more shocking than when he saw the original owner of the Zhenshilong sword guarding a region and blocking the alien powerhouse. Immediately after, a figure appeared in this world. This figure was extremely blurry, and its entire body was enveloped in a mysterious power. One couldn't even see its appearance. Emperor Yen Tian. Long Fei called out, and this figure was exactly the same as the statues he had seen before. Long Fei's heart tensed up. He had a feeling. Perhaps he would be able to witness a secret of unparalleled ancient times. With that thought, Long Fei calmed his heart and continued to read. However, during this period of time, he didn't even know that the heaven's birth within his body had broken through the suppression and entered the statue of Emperor Yen Tian. He did not know, but the clan elders of the Yenshu gods tribe were able to see it clearly. This power. This is the power of the great emperor. I have seen it before in the inheritance. This brat is indeed not simple. No wonder the young master said that he wanted him to enter the secret world. If that's the case, maybe the young master really will succeed in unlocking the ancient treasure trove. Haha, at that time, what Emperor Xian or Lord of Chaos, who can stop my clan? The eyes of the elders outside were full of light. Looking at Long Fei, he too was filled with anticipation. Oh no, the door is about to close. Suddenly, one of the Yen presbyter of God's tribe spoke. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, an even more shocking scene occurred. The statue of the great emperor in front of him actually lifted up his right hand. With a light tap, the door opened. The statue that had been silent for 10,000 years immediately took action, blasting open the secret world's door. The statue that had been silent for 10,000 years immediately took action, blasting open the secret world's door. This scene caused the Yen gods tribe elder to almost go crazy. In their hearts, Emperor Yen Tian was the ruler of time. He was their faith. Great Emperor! The will of the Emperor is still there, he is protecting my race. The two great elders of the Yen gods tribe cried as they looked devoutly at the statue, and then they kneeled on the ground. However, they naturally did not know that all of this was because of Long Fei's power of sky spill. At this time, Long Fei was still motionless. His soul was still immersed within the endless ancient world. This is the secret world that is opening the Yenshu gods tribe. Long Fei became excited. As time went on, he began to see more and more about inventions. That was because the only reason Emperor Yen Tian had been able to become the emperor was because he had obtained a power after dispersing the primal chaos. Heaven's birth. Then, Emperor Yen Tian used this power to create the heaven-seizing sect's first meridian. He also opened up the heaven-reaching realm, as well as a secret world. What followed was the arrangement of the entire secret world. Yen Tian Ranch, Netherworld, All Shrine Palace, 3 borderless regions. The more Long Fei saw, the more shocked he was. Towards the methods of the great Emperor Yen Tian, he was also filled with admiration. At this time, all of the images suddenly shattered, and Long Fei's mind returned to normal. At the same time, that strand of sky spill power also returned back into Long Fei's body from the sculpture. What courage! He actually wants to give birth to a new world. Unfortunately, I failed in the end. Long Fei thought for the great Emperor Yen Tian. But very quickly, Long Fei was relieved. These secrets of ancient times were too distant, so even if he understood it, it would be useless. On the contrary, his heart was filled with excitement. Unparalleled excitement. Hee, the power of sky spill. Doesn't this mean that I already have the foundation of the sky-reaching clan? Long Fei thought in his heart and almost laughed out loud. Awesome. It felt so good that he didn't want it at all. Right now, he had the sky spill power, so his power was already one level higher than the sky spill god's tribe. No. It should be said that one was a master and the other was a few hundred generations of profound grandsons. Regardless of whether it was by Hao or the Yen descendant of God's tribe, in their eyes, the only power they possessed was the power of the sky spill, the power of the sky spill. In addition, the more he passed on, the more his strength would change. The first phase of the heaven and earth was a power that had existed for a long time. after Yen Tian was the power of creation. It was easy to guess who was stronger and who was weaker with just his legs. Haha, Bai Hao, oh Bai Hao, I never would have thought that you would give me such a great opportunity. I wonder what kind of expression I'll have when you come to the end, and I'm already waiting for you in the palace. Long Fei laughed crazily in his heart. And then he looked towards the door. This was his battlefield. Having overturned 3 territories had already become his goal. As for the clan elders of the Nan God's tribe, Long Fei did not care about them at all. Whiz! Long Fei's feet exerted force, and in a single step, he directly entered the door. As Long Fei's figure disappeared, the door closed instantly and vanished into the air, as if it had never appeared before. I went in, haha. This little brat is truly mysterious. But in the end it was all in vain. The young master was already prepared to regroup. In the secret world, the young master has the cane left behind by the emperor, so he is definitely unrivaled. Right. If we really succeed this time, our clan will immediately surge in power and become the ruler of the Bedlam lands. At that time, the young master will go and fight for the qualifications to become the god of boundary, or even become its true ruler. Ha ha ha! Inside the secret world, the moment Long Fei entered it, he felt the heavens' birth power in his body and cheered in excitement. It was as if the heavens and the earth existed because of him. In his eyes, everything was a feast for the eyes. Don't be anxious, we'll go straight to the Hall of the Gods. To you, the existence here is minuscule. Only by merging with another power will you be able to transform. Long Fei calmed the restless sky spill power and continued to move forward. He had already recognized that this area was none other than the Yen Tian Ranch. The ranch. It was only a form of address. Emperor Yan's true goal was to create a continent. This Yen Tian Ranch was only in Zhou form. What he wanted was to create the world. The gods were the masters, while the common people were animals. The gods feed the common people on behalf of the heavens. As for the gods, needless to say, they were the people from the Nan Tian God's tribe. Thus, this so-called secret world, from a certain point of view, was also a real world. However, all living creatures were born from the power of the heavenly dipper. I wonder what happened in the past. If great Emperor Yen Tian was really able to create this secret world into a new world, I wonder what would happen then. Long Fei finally whispered to himself. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the distance. Ha! He's here. He's here. Young master's technique is indeed useful. As long as we are within 100 miles, we can sense him. The young lord said that there's no need to kill him, just capture him alive. A few Yen God's tribe disciples descended from the distance, their faces filled with madness. Long Fei's eyes slightly narrowed. He originally wanted to head straight for his final destination, but he didn't expect that Bai Hao really had other arrangements. He can sense my distance? So, I have already become your prey? Long Fei asked coldly. Hearing this, a few of the disciples of the laughed out loud. You're right, you still know your own limits. You are our prey, but we were lucky enough to find you first. Brat, are you going to surrender or do you want us to attack you? A few of the Yen God's tribe's disciples laughed and said, extremely proud of themselves. This was especially true for the disciple in the lead. He seemed to be eager to attack. Long Fei was startled, but quickly smiled. This disciple was none other than the person who arranged a room for him yesterday. Unexpectedly, you also came in. It seems that you really think you have a long life. Long Fei said with a relaxed and casual expression. Brat, I think you're an idiot, right? You are merely at the 3rd stage of the ancient realm. How dare you act so haughtily in front of us? Moreover, we are currently in my clan's secret world. Since we have the power of the heavens, killing you will not be an easy task. As the disciple spoke, his eyes turned cold as he brazenly attacked. Boom! A ray of sky evolution power immediately turned into a rope that was tied up, disappearing without a shadow or form, ethereal, and descended towards Long Fei. Hee, power of the sky? What the hell? Since you want to die, treat me as your prey. But from now on, I will become the hunter of this secret world. And you are all my prey. From this moment onwards, Long Fei's heart of killing had already erupted. From this moment onwards, Long Fei's heart of killing had already erupted. Prey? Sorry, it doesn't exist. Moreover, all of this scene in the sky spill secret world was already in Long Fei's mind, so Long Fei had nothing to worry about. As for the bet, Long Fei was confident that he could make by how regret his words. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Pray? Heh, I didn't intend on letting you guys off either. Long Fei said, and his gaze paused. Immediately, a dark yellow power appeared on his palm. Yellow and orange rays of light like chaos, constantly changing. Now, who do you think is the prey? Long Fei scanned the place coldly. In that instant, the power in Long Fei's hands. He was like a lofty king. The moment it appeared, the aura of the entire Yen Tian ranch began to change. It was just like how nature feared natural disasters. The wind began to die down. The stars became dull. Of course, the stars in the secret world were also evolved from the power of the rising heaven. Instantly, the entire world changed. It was only because of the heaven's divination power that appeared in Long Fei's hand. A strand of source energy that could open up this space. No, that's impossible. Your power. Ah, my power has been devoured. No, return my strength. I'll fight it out with you. The disciples of the Yoshin family clan all had miserable looks on their faces as they panicked. After Long Fei took action, their powers of the sky evolution were uncontrollable, as if their subjects had met their sovereign. They instantly dimmed, and were completely silent within their bodies, unable to be summoned back. Come on, let's go all out. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Right now, you don't even have the courage to fight with your lives. Sometimes, if you don't shout loudly, you can act awesome. Otherwise, donkeys would have ruled the world long ago. Long Fei sneered, showing no mercy at all. They had brought this upon themselves. The power of Sky Spill, it's all up to you now. You can just swallow it. With that said, Long Fei tapped his hand. The power of Sky Spill surged out and instantly turned into a heaven-devouring mouth. Inhalation. It was like a whale devouring the sea, immediately devouring the energy remaining in the body of the descendant of God's tribe. He set up some of the weaker energy of the Sky Spill spell formation to swallow and release. Fuck, is he that human? Yet you still chose to eat it? As Long Fei looked at the increasingly strong power of Sky Spill, he cursed in his heart. Ding! Ding ding! Ding! In an instant the system's voice appeared. These descendant of God's tribe, their powers were swallowed up and their entire life force consumed, immediately dying. His experience began to increase rapidly. Hundreds of brought in close to 10 million experience. It had to be known that this was only a single wave. Ding! Sky Spill technique leveled up, current level 3. At this time, as the power of Sky Spill entered his body, Long Fei's Sky Spill technique leveled up once again. For a moment, it was as if Long Fei controlled the entire Sky Spill secret world, as if he was a god. He looked up into heaven and earth, and then waved his hand to drive the mountains and seas away. Everything seemed to be related to him in some mysterious way. In that direction is the center of the Yen Tian ranch? Is there a creature that Emperor Yen Tian gave birth to? That direction is the netherworld Adumbra fountain. Over there are the temples. With just a glance, Long Fei's heart became hazy. Even though this Sky Spill secret world was tens of millions of miles wide and incomparably vast. However, Long Fei was still able to conclude that his guess was not wrong. Ha, awesome. Next is the hunting time. Think of me as your prey. I'll let you all know what is called despair. The excitement in Long Fei's heart was like a stinging meal. He was unable to stop at all. After killing them, not only would his heaven evolution art level up, but he would also gain experience and experience. This was simply exhilarating. Furthermore, they wanted to kill him in the first place, so Long Fei naturally did not mind. People don't offend me. I'm not a prisoner. If anyone offends me, cut the grass at its roots. 3 days later, Long Fei stood at his original spot waiting for the second wave of God's tribe cultivators to arrive. This batch had nearly 1,000 people. It was a direct attack. It had increased by 30 million experience points. 5 days later, Long Fei controlled the sky evolution art and took the initiative to search, once again ambushing the disciples of the God's tribe. His experience had increased by 60 million. Too little, too little. Several thousand people gave me a total of 100 million experience points. Long Fei looked at the long EXP bar and became a little speechless. He hadn't even been able to level up the sky spill technique. It seemed that the strength of these disciples was too low. They didn't even have the power of heaven's birth to swallow. At this time, Long Fei was in the entire sky spill prairie. Looks like I'll have to play a big game, Long Fei thought as he looked at the boundless Yen Tian ranch. That's right, Long Fei had already changed his mind. The experience gained from killing the Yen God's tribe was still too little, but to Long Fei it was like a gap in their teeth. Therefore, Long Fei's target was the life forms at the heaven-devouring ranch. These were the less successful creatures that Emperor Yen Tian had used the power of the sky spill art. This was within Long Fei's calculations. These creatures were not real people, so Long Fei did not feel the slightest bit burdened. After a while, Long Fei arrived at a large valley. This is the place. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up as he revealed a cold smile. The valley was like a cage. It was located in the center of the entire Yenny ranch. Long Fei looked at the valley in front of him and felt his heart tremble. It's a good thing that Emperor Yen Tian failed that year. Otherwise, this group of people who are neither human nor ghost would have long since escaped from this world. Long Fei looked at the people in the valley. All of them were just like wild beasts, those who didn't even have the slightest bit of intelligence, Zhang Xian lamented. Inexplicably, a strange thought came to Long Fei's mind. That was the ancient world he resided in. This was an unknown place in the primal chaos. Could the divine space be a pasture created by a super powerhouse? Was he just a creature that someone else raised? When this thought came out, Long Fei's heart felt a chill. But very quickly it was forcefully suppressed by Long Fei. No matter what, Laozi's road will never stop. Long Fei's voice shook, wiping away the negative emotions in his heart, and turned to look at the valley. Tens of millions of densely packed, nameless existences appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes. Aya, what the heck? This is equivalent to an instance dungeon clearing EXP. It's a pity that I don't have the double experience card. Otherwise, it would feel great. Long Fei did not say a word, holding the Zhou Tian killing weapon in his hand. He immediately charged forward. The levels of these existences were not high, but they were definitely not weak. Each one of them was at the level of an ancient supreme existence. Even the most ordinary one had dozens of experience points. There were hundreds of them. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying a low-level Yen Tian warrior. You have obtained 13 experience points. Holy source points, 0. Striking value, 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying advanced Yen Tian Jun. You have received 162 experience. Holy source points, 10. Striking value, 1. Ding! Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. The moment Long Fei entered, all the powerful weapons were harvested frantically. In just a moment, he had finished condensing his slaughter domain. From the moment he made his move, the system's notification had never stopped. In the end, they directly connected together. Slaughter domain release. Long Fei's eyes had already been baptized by the killing intent. His pupils were red with blood, the killing intent had already erupted out of him. Emperor Yen Tian, what a ruthless move! The more Long Fei killed, the more shocked he was. In the beginning, although these creatures were created by great Emperor Yen Tian, they had been living in the Sky Spill Valley for so many years. He had long since developed his own consciousness. Moreover, these people acted as if they were used to it the moment he made his move, quietly waiting to be reaped. There was no resistance, no struggle. Looks like Bai Hao has already been here. They just treat this place like a slaughterhouse. Long Fei stopped what he was doing, looked at the expressions of the beasts, and was speechless. The Yen Tian Ranch is a land of evil. Emperor Yen Tian's failure was his own fault. The gods are high above him? Pastoral care for the common people? Who gave him the qualifications? Long Fei thought about how he felt helpless against these creatures. Once upon a time, he was the same, unable to control his own life. If it wasn't for his bloody resistance, he wouldn't have made it to this step. Whoosh! Long Fei took a deep breath, and the messy thoughts in his mind had already disappeared. Your stupidity is the least valuable. Since I have already developed intelligence, and am still willing to be a beast when I am muddle-headed and be slaughtered by others, it would be a waste for me to be alive. In that case, I'll send you off. Kill! Long Fei's eyes were cold and wanton. Under the effects of the slaughter domain, all the killing machines cut horizontally, instantly killing a large number of people. Originally, Long Fei massacred the Yen Tian Ranch, all for the sake of gaining experience and leveling up. So now it was time to free them. This kind of animal would become the source of power for the humans in the gods' tribe. It would be better to die here. Shwa shwa shwa. The light of the saber was wanton, and the crimson rays of light extended across the entire valley in the blink of an eye. Even in the void, the endless space was suffused with the color of blood. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Bai Hao was at the edge of Yen Tian Ranch, opening up a path to the palace. What's going on? What happened at the derivative pasture? Bai Hao was slightly hesitant. Young master, could it be that that brat caused a ruckus at the derivative pasture? After all, he is not from our Sky Spill God's tribe, so the only way out is to kill his way through the Sky Spill Prairie. Could he have died inside? Beside Bai Hao, a disciple of the Yen God's tribe spoke up. Don't worry, I have already divided the 20,000 disciples. As long as they find Long Fei's figure, they will immediately take him away. As Bai Hao spoke, he gave a disdainful smile. If you fight me, I will let you know that you are just a joke. After which, Bai Hao continued walking. At this time, Long Fei was still immersed in the midst of battle. The great killing machines swept one wave after another. However, there were too many living creatures in Yen Tian grassland. It was as if they weren't afraid of death at all. He couldn't stop at all. Even Long Fei was already exhausted. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying advanced Yen Tian Jun. You have obtained 238 experience, 10 holy source points, and 1 striking value. Ding! Ding ding! Endless slaughter. Endless attacks. The system's announcement immediately became a symphony. 3 billion experience. This really is an experience dungeon. Long Fei said excitedly. There was only one thing that made him excited at the current stage, and that was leveling up. Continuously upgrading. This massacre gave him nearly 3 billion experience. This also meant that he had killed nearly 200 million monsters. Awesome! Originally, Long Fei was still a little tired, but after seeing his experience bar increase by half visible to the naked eye, Long Fei once again unleashed his fighting spirit. Fight for leveling up. Fight for salvation. Continue killing. This level, your father will definitely level up today. Long Fei's blade was heavy. Initiating slaughter domain, endless slaughter mode, begin. Shwa shwa shwa. Rumble rumble rumble. Blade light flashed and explosions rang out. One voice after another was annihilated by this savage power. Long Fei was not idle either. He used the power of sky spill once again. In a split second, Long Fei seemed to have become the leader of the Yen Tian ranch, as all of the Yen Huang lifeforms started to prostrate themselves on the ground. It was as though he was looking forward to the reward. TSK, I forgot about that. If I had used the Heavenly Dipper power earlier, I wouldn't have needed so much effort. Long Fei was speechless. He already knew that the power of the heavens' divination could restrain all of this. The reason he did not use it was because he was afraid that the disciples of the Yen God's tribe would not come again. But now, before leveling up, everything was just a small matter. Right at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. The moment when the heaven's birth was suppressed by the heaven's divination. Ding! Congratulations, player, on triggering mission, collapsing the Heavenly King's secret world, saving the heavenly lives. Quest level S. Time of mission 3 days. Task reward 100 million experience, the key to the sky spill world. Mission penalty losing 3 levels. Hearing that, Long Fei's eyes flashed. The experience reward was secondary. The most important thing was the sky spill secret key. Right now, he already had the secret key to the Eternal Emperor's tomb and the heaven-decimating palace in his hands. Now, he would be the third one. It would seem that these 13 ancient emperors still possess a great secret. If we can collect all 13 keys, I wonder what kind of monstrous secret explosion would occur. Long Fei thought. Do it. Killing people is saving them. Since Emperor Yen Tian created their lives, I will use the power of the sky spill to destroy them. You shouldn't have appeared. Destroying you would be equivalent to redemption. Long Fei thought as he released the sky spill power from his hands. The third level of the heavenly evolution technique was directly drawn in mid-air. In next to no time, the word annihilation appeared in mid-air. As for those sky spill creatures, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Under the effects of the power of the sky spill, they didn't react at all. They were numb and used to it. Long Fei sighed in his heart. For them, this result could be considered redemption. Annihilate. Swish. The Heaven Evolution Arts Annihilation rune pattern contained an endless amount of destructive energy. All of a sudden, something crashed down from the sky. It directly destroyed all of these creatures on the heavenly shifting pasture. In an instant, the entire Yenny ranch had become a living hell. Under the power of one of Long Fei's sky evolution arts, the tens of thousands of living beings were instantly annihilated. Long Fei's expression was cold as he watched all the living creatures dissipate under the power of the sky spill art. Not a single ripple could be seen. He was waiting. Hundreds of millions of creatures had died in this attack. This amount of experience was enough for him to level up. Ding. The system's notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level. Ancient Almighty level 4. Experience. 60000/20000000 points. Ding. Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level. Ancient Almighty level 4. Experience. 60000/20000000 point. Sensing the power that filled his entire body, Long Fei's eyes once again shot out a sharp beam of light. Upgrade meant that all of his energy had been replenished. Only 20 billion experience points can be used to level up? Long Fei was speechless. The price of going up to the next level was only 10 billion, but this time it went up to 20 billion. What about the next level? What about leveling up to the 9th level of the Ancient Supreme Elder? This was the first time Long Fei felt that leveling up was so difficult. It looks like it's time to advance to a higher level map. The Heavenly Empire qualification battles should make me look forward to one. Long Fei thought in his heart. Looking at the empty Yen Tian ranch in front of him, his heart was clear. Killing was also a type of redemption. Furthermore, this was a system quest, so Long Fei did not feel any pressure at all. There are only 3 days left before we will collapse Secret World Yen. Now that the Yen Tian Ranch has been cleared, next will be the Netherworld Adumbra Palace and the All Gods Palace. Long Fei thought in his heart. He did not hesitate, and his gaze immediately locked onto another direction. Netherworld Adumbra Flower. What Long Fei did not know was that after his figure disappeared, he was at the edge of the Yen Tian Ranch. One of the Yen descendant of God's tribe trembled as he held a bronze mirror in his hands, his face pale. How terrifying! Is he a human or a devil? The entire Yeni ranch is gone just like that? Why do I feel like we're eating with a tiger? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Could the secret world hunting this time be too simple? A few of the Yen God's tribe's disciples said in a low voice. With how loud Long Fei was, they could already sense him through the copper mirror. This was also the reason why he was able to sense the aura on Long Fei's body back then. However, they were the ones who were in charge. They controlled the copper mirror and were able to see the resources in the first hand. Originally, they were in high spirits, wishing that whoever found Long Fei first could obtain a great fortune. But now there was only deep fear. Long Fei was too berserk, sweeping through the entire Yen Tian Ranch by himself. Even Bai Hao wouldn't be able to do something like this. No, he didn't dare to do it at all. We have to inform the young master right away. There's a change in the plan this time. That's right. Young master still has an imperial armament in his hand, so it should be able to kill him. Let's go. They didn't dare to hesitate and left in a hurry. The current Long Fei was already more than 1,000,000 kilometers away. If they were 1,000,000 kilometers away, it might take some time. But in the Sky Spill secret world, to Long Fei, it was not a problem at all. This was because he had the power of the heavens' divination. Furthermore, he knew the entire Sky Spill secret world like the back of his hand before he even entered the door. As such, he directly used the third-grade Sky evolution technique to draw a transmission gate in the air, locking onto the Netherworld Adumbra spring, and arriving there in an instant. Boom! Long Fei's figure heavily descended from the air. Fuck, that's too unreliable. Wasn't it supposed to lock onto the target and teleport? What's going on with such a natural fall in the sky? Long Fei was extremely unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy he was, in front of this mission, all negative effects were like a paper tiger, suppressing it with the flick of a finger. Then, Long Fei looked at the space. It was completely different from what Long Fei had imagined. At first, when he found out about the Netherworld, he thought it was because Emperor Yen Tian wanted to create a world of reincarnation. However, this place was more like an ancient tomb. There was not a trace of light in the entire space. Flames of the shining world, come out. Long Fei focused and took out a small cluster of flame, lighting up the entire space. But in the moment that the fiery light was released, Long Fei felt his entire body becoming weak. Nothing. The emptiness made Long Fei's heart thump a little. Why does this place look so similar to the Emperor's Tomb of Longevity? Could this be the tomb of Emperor Yen Tian? Long Fei guessed in his heart as he walked forward step by step. Roar. However, just as he took 2 steps, a roar rang out. Immediately after, the ground where Long Fei was at, abruptly began to shake, rising and falling unsteadily. It was as if what he was stepping on now was simply a colossus. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook as countless rocks fell from all directions, flying into the sky. Weapon of mass destruction, immobilize. Long Fei activated his killing weapon and turned it into a square shield to protect himself. The power of Sky Spill has finally arrived at the 2nd level. Emperor Yen Tian didn't lie to me. In the endless darkness, a voice like thunder resounded. Long Fei's heart tensed up. He looked ahead. When he saw it, Long Fei was immediately stunned. Even the surging dark energy couldn't cover up the boss's light. The glittering golden light directly made Long Fei's heart surge with emotions. Boss. Moreover, it was a super big boss. Boy, withdraw your defenses. Obediently return your heaven's birth power to me. I will give you honor and glory, allowing you to become the master of creation. The boss opened its mouth and spat out a bunch of saliva. It fell down and turned into a dark river. This is way too freaking terrifying. Long Fei looked at the colossus in front of him, and couldn't even make a sound. This was a boss, but it was impossible to look straight at it. The size of its body was something that not even the azure dragon of the past could compare to. To be exact, the entire space of the netherworld Adumbra Spring was created from the body of this boss. Quickly, boy, if I'm not wrong, you should be the descendant of Yantian. I can feel that the heaven's birth is in your body, and if you hand over your power to me, I will lead you through the ancient world and become the creator of this world. The boss kept talking and luring him. If it were anyone else, they would have already fallen. But Long Fei was different. Would Long Fei believe a boss? Non-existent. They only had one attitude towards the boss, and that was to kill it. You want the power of the Heavenly Dipper? Come, if you have the ability, then come and get it. Long Fei said and began to probe. This boss level was simply too high. It was impossible to see through its attribute. On its massive head, there were only the 3 words Sky Evolution Beast. As for the rest, they were all question marks. Attributes, health, damage. They were all question marks. It was completely out of the system's estimation. Kid, are you trying to anger me? Back then, even Yen Tian didn't dare to do it. How dare you? In his rage, the entire space became unstable. Long Fei only felt an indescribable pressure pressing down. Kneel. The Sky Spill Beast spoke again. Long Fei felt a sweetness in his throat as all his internal organs were scuttled by this voice. Long Fei suddenly raised his head, and a burst of rage burst out. Kneel before you? You're AF * king boss for me to kneel down to. Look at you. Even as a boss, you don't have your own will. If I don't blow you up today, I won't be called Long Fei. Long Fei was enraged. As he raised his head, the gigantic killing weapon in his hand immediately transformed into a several thousand-meter-long big butcher. Your body is huge, right? Today, I will hack you into 1,000 pieces. Long Fei said as he stabbed forward. A single saber strike slashed across the air, incomparably berserk. A single saber strike slashed across the air, incomparably berserk. Clang! A loud sound exploded as if all of them had collided. And what Long Fei found hard to endure was that under this blade, it was as if he had struck a piece of profound steel, and did not move an inch. Even the boss didn't have any reaction. On the other hand, he was pushed back several hundred meters. Stop messing around. Brat, I advise you to obediently hand over your heaven's divination. The Sky Spill Beast laughed out loud, as if it was tickled by Long Fei's blade. Long Fei's face flushed red, and his vital energy and blood tumbled. He was bullying her. For the first time, Long Fei felt ashamed. This guy was here to kill the boss, but when he slashed down, all he got was a scratch. How the *ck are we going to fight? Invulnerable? Long Fei was extremely depressed in his heart. Kid, hurry up and give me your heaven's birth power. The Sky Spill Beast continued. However, Long Fei did not move, and did not say a word. *ck, Lousy is a pro player, yet I was played by a boss like a monkey. Long Fei's stomach churned, and he felt that his entire life had already fallen into a ravine. Long Fei was confident that he would be able to instantly kill her with that one slash of his just now. However, when it landed on the heavenly beast, it actually didn't have any effect. Not even a layer of skin had been scratched. The other party even thought that he was messing around. What a joke! I'm messing with your sister. Long Fei's teeth itched with hatred, but he was helpless. That's not right, the Sky Spill Beast. Since it's a beast, then maybe we can subdue it. Long Fei's heart was moved. Even for a super boss, it would at most cost 100 to 200 million experience points. But if he was to subdue such a huge beast, he was invincible. Under the level of Paragon, it was like scratching an itch for an existence like this to ask you if you are awesome or not. The more he thought about it, the more excited Long Fei became. Beast Controlling Technique, activate. Long Fei sent out a strand of consciousness, directly penetrating into the Sky Evolution Beast's soul. Under the influence of this power, the Heavenly Evolution Beast was first stunned, then stunned. Why did you run into my head? Get out. The Sky Spill Beast said. Following that, a repelling force spread out, causing Long Fei to feel as if his spiritual will was being strangled to death. Long Fei's heart was once again hit hard. This was the first time Long Fei felt insulted. I'm a damn beast tamer, can you respect my expertise? You want me to get out of your head if you don't agree with me? Facing the Sky Evolution Beast, Long Fei felt helpless once again. No, he's not angry. From the beginning to the end, I have only wanted to obtain the power of the heavens' divination. It seems that his wisdom has yet to be fully developed. Suddenly, Long Fei was overjoyed. Although he had suffered the Sky Spill Beast's destructive humiliation twice, Long Fei realized that the Sky Spill Beast had no intentions of attacking him. Come out with me. The power of Sky Spill has already been recognized as master and is already mine. Even if I give it to you, it still wouldn't belong to you. It's useless. I can see that you really need the power of heaven's divination. If you follow me, I can lend you my heaven's divination power. Long Fei started to use his mind to attack the Sky Evolution Beast. As long as the Sky Evolution Beast and idea were to loosen up, he would have a chance of succeeding. You want me to go out with you? Stop messing around. Yen Tian had said the same thing back then, but before I could get out, he was already dead. If it wasn't for him promising me that someone would come and deliver the heavens' divination to me, I would have long escaped this situation. This is the Misty Heaven Palace, the Sky Spill Beast said. Extremely disdainful. It was as if he did not fancy Long Fei at all. That's not the same. Yen Tian is Yen Tian, and I am me. There will be a day when some great emperor will appear, none of that matters in my eyes. Moreover, I have nothing to do with the Yen Tian you're talking about. My heaven's birth is something that I cultivated myself. If you don't follow me, why would I give it to you? Long Fei said as he took out his Sky Spill power. Instantly, the Sky Spill Beast became restless, immediately wanting to snatch it. But the power of the Sky Spill was born from the Sky Spill art. It was the system reward, how could it be given to the Sky Spill Beast? Instantly, with a thought, Long Fei retracted it. Give it to me, quick. The Sky Spill Beast roared, feeling extremely uneasy. Long Fei felt as if his soul was in a tsunami of violent winds and rain, unable to calm down. F***ck, calm down. Long Fei roared. The Sky Evolution Beast looked at Long Fei with red eyes and continued, Give me, quick, this is something that Yen Tian owes me, I have to pay it back. The Sky Spill Beast's voice was low and filled with resentment. It was as if a vile woman had been abandoned. Stop, let me say one more word, Yen Tian is Yen Tian, I am me. If you want this power, it's very simple. Follow me. Otherwise, I would at most scatter one hit. With that, Long Fei took out the Heaven's Birth power again, and held it in his hand. No, definitely not. I'll follow you, I'll follow you. The Sky Spill Beast said frantically, even his voice was begging. Whoosh. Long Fei took a deep breath. That's right. Be good. As long as you listen to me obediently, I will let you play around with my Heaven's Birth power. Long Fei continued to coax him. The Sky Evolution Beast still had a pitiful look, but Long Fei did not care about it at all. Because at this time, the the Sky Spill Beast no longer had any effect on him. Just as the Sky Spill Beast said he would follow, the Beast King technique was already successful. A void mark landed directly on the soul of the Sky Evolution Beast, and was connected to Long Fei. Ding! Congratulations, player, on taming Sky Evolution Beast. Following which, the system's voice boomed. Long Fei was finally relieved. I say, little Tian, your body is way too big. Shouldn't it shrink a little? Otherwise, how am I supposed to take you away? Long Fei said somewhat speechlessly. I don't think so. Our race is like this. Moreover, I don't have the power of the Sky Spill art right now. I haven't grown up in so many years. It's all the fault of that damned Yen Tian. He actually made me wait tens of thousands of years. The Sky Spill Beast said helplessly. Long Fei also became silent. All right, I'll give you the Heaven's Divination first. Let's see if I can control it. Long Fei said. Whiz! In any case, the Sky Evolution Beast had already been tricked, so Long Fei was not worried about anything else. With that, Long Fei threw his Sky Spill power to the Sky Evolution Beast. The Heavenly Evolution Beast's massive body moved, fusing the power of Sky Spill into its body. Even the entire Nether Realm was shaking as if it was going to collapse. Ryuwumbumble. Suddenly, the Sky Spill Beast began to change, its body began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it became 1,000 feet large. Master, I did it! Haha, I can finally walk out of this world. After the transformation, the Heavenly Evolution Beast was extremely excited. It was as if its entire body had evolved, and its entire body was covered with the light of the boss. Long Fei's throat moved, and a hint of regret emerged in his heart. This light was too dazzling, causing Long Fei to have an intense desire. It was also at this time that the system chimed once, instantly causing all the depression in Long Fei's heart to disappear. Ding! Congratulations, player, for creating the Sky Spill Space and obtaining the Sky Spill 3 Emperor's system. Long Fei could no longer remain calm. Long Fei could no longer remain calm. The 13 Sky Spill Emperors. Just hearing the name system would cause one's heart to explode. Before, 8 King Kong of the system, Arhat system. And now, he had revealed 13 Emperors. System, can you not be so impressive? Are you trying to make me go to heaven? Long Fei was extremely excited, and immediately went to check the system. 13 Emperor System. Awakened, corrupt Emperor Zhang Yu. The Immortal Emperor. Not awakened, Emperor of the Extinction, Emperor Yen Tian. Flying Immortal Emperor. Great Emperor Fallen Land. God of Underworld. Emperor Jiu Turbid. Night Emperor. Emperor Fong Tian. Ancient Emperor. Violet Star Emperor. Long Fei looked at the names that flickered with different colors, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Not only that, the mark of decay and the mark of longevity had already been imprinted within. Zhang Yu ya? Long Fei shouted. Ding! Sensed Sky Spill Beast, can be taken as the host in the Sky Spill Great Emperor's system. Suddenly, the system spoke. Sky Spill Beast? Sky Spill Emperor? Long Fei was startled and immediately understood. The names of the two were so similar that there might actually be a connection. What's the use? Long Fei asked. Ding! The system has detected. The Heavenly Beast can help the Emperor's seal's power to be easily merged with the Great Emperor's body. The system said. It can help them awaken? Then what are we waiting for? Little Tian, go in. Long Fei's eyes were filled with anticipation. With a wave of his hand, he threw the Sky Evolution Beast straight into the Sky Spill system. The pitiful Sky Spill Beast was still immersed in the process of absorbing the Sky Spill power. Unable to extricate itself, it was directly absorbed by the Sky Spill system. Master, where is this place? Why do I feel so many familiar auras? The Sky Spill Beast seemed to have turned into a totem mark, however its voice could still be heard from within. "This is the place where the Emperor is raised," Long Fei said mysteriously. He did not say anything else. As for the power of the sky spill, Long Fei did not care much. In any case, he could still transfer them over when he needed them. Suddenly, Long Fei's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. It was the most mysterious region in the entire space. All God's palace. I didn't expect by how to be prepared so quickly. Long Fei's heart trembled. Sky evolution, go! Instantly, Long Fei took out the sky spill power from the sky evolution beast's body and started to draw the pattern. This time, it was the same teleportation. This is the heavenly evolution? Haha, it seems like I didn't follow the wrong person. Yen Tian really didn't lie to me. At this time, the sky spill beast suddenly laughed. Long Fei was startled. What did Yen Tian say to you? Long Fei asked coldly. In the darkness, Long Fei could feel that Emperor Yen Tian had too many mysteries on his body. Especially after meeting the sky evolution beast, Long Fei was even more certain. It was as if the entire setup of Emperor Yen Tian was aware of his arrival. Master, that Yen Tian brat is very strange, he didn't say anything. It's just that when I was condensing this space, I had to wait. He said that someone would bring the power of the sky evolution here. The sky spill beast said. Long Fei. Yet another person who could defeat fate. Is the power of the sky spill really that amazing? Emperor Yen Tian can already deduce this to the future? Long Fei muttered in his heart as he glanced at the sky evolution beast. In the next moment, the lines took shape. Long Fei did not waste any more words and stepped in. Instantly, his vision changed. The scene of him falling from the sky happened again. However, what surprised Long Fei was that the place where he landed on was extremely ethereal and even somewhat sacred. Sculpted jade walls, void tower. All shrine palace. TSK, the S-halls are really as lofty as your sisters. Even though he knew that this was a space created by the great Emperor Yen Tian, Long Fei was still moved. This kind of sacred feeling made Long Fei yearn for it. However, these existences were simply the product of great Emperor Yen Tian. In the end, they were nothing more than the manifestation of some sort of power. Ta. Long Fei walked forward step by step. This feeling of hanging up made him especially excited. By how, you're amazing. So what if the sky spill secret world is yours? So what if you can walk all the way here smoothly? I have a hack. Haha. Long Fei walked forward step by step. Before Bai Hao arrived, he would first travel through the divine space. In the entire God's dimension, there were a total of 13 palaces. Above each palace, there was only a corresponding name. It was indeed the 13 great emperors who were impartial. The 3 great emperors of the realm of the gods. What exactly does Emperor Yen Tian want? Or did he deduce something and do some sort of backup plan? Long Fei pondered. All these signs indicated that Emperor Yen Tian was definitely not simple. Boom! In the first seat, Long Fei walked to the front of the Longevity Emperor's palace. He pushed it away. It was empty. However, within it there was still an aura of longevity. So. The sky spill system operated automatically. Ding, detected the power of longevity. Would you like to swallow it? The system prompted. Devour. Long Fei said casually. The entire All Gods Palace was ownerless, so this power of longevity was not for nothing. Whiz. A milky white energy was directly swallowed into the imprint of life, and then it disappeared without a sound. After a while, Long Fei walked out of the Long Life Hall, following which the Sky Spill Palace. It was still just a strand of the power of the heavens, but after it was swallowed up, it calmed down. And then, Extinguishing Hall, Rotting Hall, Purple Star Hall. Up to the very end, Long Fei did not stay for long. This was only an illusory space. It was not easy to have a force remaining. It was unrealistic to want more. Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared. Long Fei stood on top of the various shrines and looked down. Bai Hao and the rest were currently walking up the heavenly stairway step by step. Outside the shrine, Bai Hao's eyes were filled with excitement, looking at the Shrine-s who were supporting him. His eyes were filled with wild hope. Haha, as long as we obtain the secrets of the shrine, who would be my match? Qualification matches? Do you even have the qualifications to fight me? And Long Fei, this time, this young master will make you completely despair. If you want me to kneel down, then this young master will make you as lowly as a dog, crawling on the ground in front of me. Bai Hao sinisterly thought to himself, young master. Suddenly, a descendant of God's tribe of the Yen clan opened his mouth and said as he pointed towards the shrines with a frightened expression, "What's wrong?" Bai Hao impatiently turned around, a bit angry, as if his imagination had been interrupted. "Young lord, there are people in all the halls." As the disciple spoke, his eyes were filled with fear. "Someone's here. Are you King Braindead? This is my Sky Spill secret world. It's always been in our hands. How could there be anyone here?" Bai Hao coldly said, "No, young lord, there really is someone here." The disciple insisted. "You still dare to talk back? Why didn't you say it was Long Fei?" Bai Hao sneered, slightly displeased. "Young master, that person might be Long Fei." As the disciple spoke, he handed over a bronze mirror. Instantly, Bai Hao's face went grim. In the next moment, his gaze swept across the copper mirror and directly landed on the Shrine-s. It just so happened that Long Fei had a playful smile on his face. "How are you, Master Bai? Are you surprised, or are you surprised?" Shock, shock, and absolute silence. Shock, shock, and absolute silence. One above, one pile below. This. No, that's not possible. How could you have reached the shrine first? I don't believe it. Bai Hao's face was deathly pale, the calmness from before completely gone. Don't say it's useless. Bai Hao, you wouldn't have forgotten the bet between us, right? Long Fei smiled and stared at Bai Hao. Lad, you must have cheated. You were clearly at Yen Tian Ranch before, how could you be in front of us? Yes, he must have cheated. Brat, you're looking to die. You actually dared to cheat in front of us. Young master, ignore him. Since he cheated, then the bet naturally doesn't count. The disciples of the Yenshu gods tribe began to refute. Long Fei's eyes turned cold. So, you're not going to admit your debt? Long Fei's eyes were full of ridicule. So what if you don't admit to it? As a mere trash of the third level of the ancient era, what can you do? As trash, you should have the awareness of being trash. Some people are not people you can afford to offend. Right, if we kneel now, we might be able to keep our lives. The disciples of the Yenshu gods tribe were clamoring crazily. Enough! Bai Hao suddenly opened his mouth and said. He looked at Long Fei and pinched his face. It looks like the secret in your possession is more powerful than I thought. As Bai Hao spoke, he waved his hands and a line appeared out of thin air. Long Fei's expression changed. Almost instinctively, he retreated. Boom! Crash! A bolt of lightning transformed into a lightning snake, and landed directly in front of Long Fei. Killing intent rose in Long Fei's heart. If not for his fast reaction just now, he might have been struck by this lightning snake. Humph! Long Fei coldly snorted and said, "It looks like you don't plan to admit your wrongs and want to kill to keep your mouth shut? Ha ha ha, you're right. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that I am fighting with you for that woman, you row? Do you really think that I'm acting this way because of love? Too naive." As Bai Hao arrogantly said this, the power of the heavenly wave within his body began to erupt outwards. "Everything I did was because of you." Bai Hao's voice shook, almost like a roar. There was no need to hide. At this moment, Tumu's dagger burst out. Long Fei was startled, and didn't quite understand what was going on. For himself? When Bai Hao saw Long Fei's expression, he became even more arrogant. Long Fei, from the moment you entered this sky-spill secret world, all of your endings were already decided. That is to become my stepping stone, allowing me to take a step further. How is it? I can't think of it, can I? Ha! Bai Hao laughed like a madman. Even the disciples beside him had faces full of astonishment, as if they couldn't figure out what his young master was saying. But no matter what Bai Hao said, they would not reject him, nor did they have any strange thoughts in their hearts, because this was their young lord. Moreover, within their sky-spill secret world, the reason they came here was to seek their own lucky chance. But now, Long Fei was actually running in front. This proved that Long Fei had definitely obtained something extraordinary. Therefore, their killing intent towards Long Fei in their hearts was not the least bit inferior to Bai Hao. In Long Fei's eyes there was doubt. His instinctive reaction was the power of the sky spill. Suddenly, Long Quang's voice rang out from within his body. "Master, this person's aura is very familiar. It should be the time when we were trapped in a maze in the endless forest," Long Quang said. Long Fei was startled, but regained his senses soon after. F***ck. No wonder I felt familiar the first time I met Bai Hao. So he had already plotted against your father. Long Fei squinted his eyes, the killing intent continued to rise. What is it? Do you remember now? That's right, who would have thought that a little trash that was casually toying with would actually be related to my Yen God's tribe's secret technique. Long Fei, you are unable to escape this calamity. Sky Spill Mirror, come! Bai Hao shouted out. Whiz! With a flash of light, the entire shrine was illuminated. Boom! A copper mirror appeared in mid-air, slicing through 10,000 kilometers of territory. Bai Hao's silhouette instantly appeared on the surface of the mirror. With the bronze mirror in his hand, he shone the light of all the heavens. Long Fei, no matter what you have obtained, and no matter what secrets you have, they will all be mine. Under the sky spill mirror, I can disintegrate everything about you and deduce all of your secrets. Ha ha ha, today I, young master, will restart Great Emperor Yan's secret treasure trove. It won't be long before I take over the primal chaos realm. Bai Hao laughed maniacally. It was as if everything was in his plans. Long Fei's heart went cold. Looking at the heaven-mending mirror in Bai Hao's hands, a hint of desire appeared in his heart. Perhaps it was because the Sky Spill Emperor's system was in turmoil. It was as if this copper mirror was a part of the system. F***ck. This is the Sky Spill imprint? Instantly, all the fear in Long Fei's heart disappeared without a trace. He only had one thought. That would mean blowing him up. Even if Bai Hao was not a boss, Long Fei would not let him go. Originally, Long Fei thought she was a love rival. He didn't expect her to be a scheming man. He had actually planned it all on himself from beginning to end. If that was the case, then this young man had an ulterior motive for saving you, Ro. I originally thought that I wouldn't argue with you, even if you lost, for the sake of you, Ro. But now I have decided. Even if you are King Emperor Yen Tian's illegitimate son, your father will still kill you. Long Fei could not suppress the berserk feeling in his heart, and said coldly. Explode me? Long Fei, are you stupid? I have the Yentian clan's inherited divine weapon in my hands. This is the precious weapon that the Emperor used in the past. Forget about you, a mere almighty cultivator from the primordial era. Even if you had broken through to the ultimate great complete stage, it would still be useless. With a flash of a mirror, you are just like a dead dog. You are struggling to survive. As Bai Hao spoke, he couldn't wait to release the power of the copper mirror. Swish! A ray of light burst out, enveloping Long Fei within it. Suddenly, the space in front of Long Fei distorted. It was as if he had been swallowed into another world. At this time, the heavenly evolution beast roared and appeared from within his body. Scram! You want to evolve my boss's power with just a mirror? Do you King think that lousy doesn't exist? The power of the heavenly evolution beast was released through the sky spill system. Boom! In that short period of time, with the release of the sky evolution beast's power, the sky spill power within Long Fei's body exploded out once again. He was careless for a moment and directly charged into the copper mirror. The copper mirror cracked and crumbled into pieces. Bai Hao's expression changed. No. Long Fei, if you dare to make a move and ruin my clan's imperial armament, you will be making my entire Yen Gods tribe your enemy. Bai Hao suddenly retracted his hand, but he still couldn't resist the tearing force. Make your Gods tribe your enemy? Hey, is there a difference? Today, not only will I kill you, even this sky spill secret world will be destroyed. Long Fei said with a light snort. Is that so? From ancient times till now, no one has ever dared to say such words in my sky spill secret world. Kid, who do you think you are? Suddenly, a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, accompanied by boundless killing intent, descended. It was sinister and terrifying. An irresistible pressure came crashing down from all directions. It was incomparably terrifying. Long Fei's heart sank. The intense pain had directly impacted his nerve. Not only was it the oppression of his body, but it was also the crushing of his soul consciousness. Master, this is using the power of the sky spill. It was left behind by that brat Yen Tian when he laid down this space. He wanted to leave some support for his descendant. The sky spill beast said directly. Long Fei was quiet for a moment. He wanted to say something, but the pressure from the power made it hard for him to split his mind, so he could only endure. Fuck you, retard. Since you know everything, why aren't you making a move? I want to see your father die. Long Fei was extremely resentful in his heart. However, the sky spill beast had no intentions to make a move. This caused Long Fei to be a little confused in his heart. He thought that even if you don't completely gain intelligence, I am still your master right now. Seeing that your master was being bullied, you actually didn't even have the intention to make a move. Long Fei made up his mind. He had to teach the sky spill beast a lesson. Tell him what is called the self-cultivation of war pet. And at this time, the people of the Yenshu Gods tribe were also boiling with excitement. Father! Patriarch! Lord Clan Chief! Bai Hao and the disciples of the Yen Gods tribe exclaimed. This sudden voice lifted their spirits. Clan leader of the Yen Gods tribe, Bai Qi. Kid, I have to say, even this old man is amazed at the secret that you're carrying. Even the entire Yen Tian ranch was swept away by you. That power should be inherited from Emperor Yen Tian, right? Kid, obediently hand over the sky spill spell, and my clan can let you live. The void shook continuously as a gigantic face appeared from the void. Puff! Long Fei felt the pressure on his chest suddenly increase, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of energy had completely fused with the entire sky spill secret world. In other words, this sort of pressure was using the entire power of the entire sky spill secret world, and was simply not a person's power. I already knew that the Emperor left behind a method for us to deal with our enemies using secret world Yen Tian. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Haha, this is absolute control. My clan's chief is the ruler of this space, the heavens. Trash will always be a piece of trash. Even if there are some methods that can't change their nature, they're still like a dog crawling on the ground in front of us. Ridicule after ridicule sounded out. Bai Qi's arrival allowed them to instinctively overlook the fact that Long Fei was already standing on top of the Pantheon monument and had also forgotten about it. And the coldness in Long Fei's eyes became denser and denser. Hegemon control? Heavens! Long Fei sneered in his heart. The so-called sky spill space was only something that Emperor Yen Tian had used the sky spill beast's sky spill power to create. As of now, the power of the sky spill was long phase. The sky spill beast was also long phase. To actually say that he was being controlled? None at all. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up as a cold smile surfaced on his face. Trash. Die. What lousy can't stand the most is all of you self-righteous idiots. Bai Qi, right? The clan leader of the Yenshu gods tribe, right? Control this world, right? Since you want to snatch my power, then come. This old man will let you all know today what true control is. Long Fei used all his strength to straighten his spine and stood proudly. His long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a trace of madness. It was the same from the gods' martial continent. But it was still the same. If you don't admit defeat, then do it. He had been in pain before, but he had never admitted defeat. Sky Spill Beast, come out. Long Fei roared. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the entire world had turned dark. Even the huge face that Bai Qi had created was concealed. Covering the entire sky and covering the earth, it was completely overpowering. Everyone, including Bai Hao, raised their heads. In the blink of an eye, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and some of them even knelt down in fear. What is this? Oh my God, what did I see? It devoured the chief. The Yen descendant of God's tribe's face was pale white, without any sign of power. He knelt on the ground. Even Bai Hao wasn't that strong. Come, didn't you want to kill me? Using me as a trap? You think you are worthy? Long Fei said coldly. Even an existence like the Emperor Xian had already escaped Long Fei's control. How could a mere Bai Hao possibly be worthy of his notice? No, that's impossible. What is this thing? My father was born with great achievements, even the current heavenly emperor would have to give him face, so how could he be suppressed by this secret world? Bai Hao was like a madman, crazily wanting to get up. But it was useless. Sky Evolution Beast, the super big boss that even Long Fei was interested in, that year, Emperor Yen Tian had to coax and trick him to get into this sky spill secret world. You want to resist with just Bai Qi? Impossible. Bai Hao, I only wanted to give you a lesson and let you know that my woman cannot be provoked. But you are courting death, you actually used me to set up a trap, and you want to use me to open your Yenwu God's tribe's secret? It's a pity that you're overthinking things. There's nothing to be proud of in this sky spill secret world. Long Fei said indifferently. The entire sky spill secret world was already in his control. Before he had entered the sky spill secret world, he had known everything about him. Emperor Yen had never left behind anything, if there really was one. The sky evolution beast was one, and the chi of a great emperor was one among the shrine. But unfortunately, all of them had already been obtained by Long Fei. Bullshit, this is our sky spill secret world, what's inside that I don't know about? Bai Hao hysterically shouted. I don't believe that this thing can reverse sky spill secret world. This is my clan's secret world, any existence can go beyond my control. Everyone attack together. We will inscribe the heavenly marks and kill this fellow. Bai Hao's face was filled with panic as he spoke. This reversal was a bit too drastic. It made him fall from heaven to hell in an instant. Shwa shwa shwa. The disciples of the Yenshu gods tribe did not dare hesitate and immediately started drawing the array patterns, using their own life force to do so. Rumble rumble rumble. Rumble rumble rumble. Suddenly, countless runes carved by the power of the heavens intersected with each other, forming a power that could be strangled to death. Long Fei's eyes focused. It had to be said that the power of these tens of thousands of sky evolution marks caused Long Fei to be somewhat shocked. Ha ha ha, Long Fei, you think you have won? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've summoned a big guy? Yenshu God's tribe, sacrifice for me. Bai Hao shouted. Rumble rumble rumble. The lines intersected and then slowly fused, forming a phantom in the air. Yen Tian. Great Emperor? Streaks of crimson-black light swept out, continuously drawing out from the body of the Yenshu descendant of God's tribe and converging into the void of a figure. Streaks of crimson-black light swept out, continuously drawing out from the body of the Yenshu descendant of God's tribe and converging into the void of a figure. Long Fei's heart tensed up. This figure was not unfamiliar to him. It was Emperor Yen Tian. He can even form an emperor's shadow? This kind of power was rare, especially from those old monsters that had been annihilated into the endless ages of space and time. It was even more difficult. Looks like the Yentian race has truly inherited many secrets. A great emperor is a great emperor, Long Fei thought. However, he did not panic at all. Not at all. Long Fei was well aware of how the Sky Spill secret world was formed. Emperor Yen Tian had borrowed the power of the heavenly beast to create this space. From a certain point of view, the power of Emperor Yen Tian originated from the Sky Spill beast. With all the heavenly evolution beasts around, this image was nothing to worry about. In fact, Long Fei had even thought that this great Emperor Yan's image, could it be a boss? If it's a boss, then it can't be any better. Coincidentally, taking advantage of the Sky Spill beast's presence, I'll immediately devour it. My experience and magic treasures are wild and powerful. Long Fei thought and completely ignored Bai Hao's words. Ha ha ha, Long Fei tremble. And the giant monster you summoned, do you think you're invincible? I never would have thought that I would have such a method. Bai Hao laughed loudly, his eyes filled with hatred. It was at this moment that the figure condensed in midair, started to turn around and look at Long Fei. Yes, kill him. This child stole my Yenshu's opportunity, we must kill him. Also, he slaughtered all the living creatures in Yen Tian's pasture. This is an unforgivable crime. Quick, kill him. A bone cane appeared in Bai Hao's hand and he commanded. Long Fei also looked at the emperor body. This glance was not important, but Long Fei was immediately stunned. It was clearly an illusion, but Long Fei felt that he was facing Emperor Yen Tian. His facial features were clearly visible. How is this possible? Long Fei's heart was thumping hard. Because in this instant, Long Fei actually felt as if his soul had been seen through as he ran naked between heaven and earth. You're finally here. The shadow spoke and looked at Long Fei indifferently. Emperor Yan's shadow seemed to have gained intelligence as it slowly descended from the sky. However, he was not walking toward Long Fei, but towards Bai Hao. Bai Hao's eyes were filled with wild joy. Come here. The illusory image of Emperor Yen Tian spoke up. My emperor is calling me. Bai Hao's eyes lit up, an unprecedented level of glory appearing in his body. As if he was about to be bestowed a crown by the figure of the great Emperor Yen Tian, his face was full of nervousness and excitement. Yes, I'm calling you, the virtual image of Emperor Yen Tian said. Upon receiving the confirmation, Bai Hao immediately straightened his chest. He flew straight away, afraid that if he too slowed down, he would incur the displeasure of Emperor Yen Tian. Great Emperor's shadow, I didn't expect that my race would actually have such a profound mystery. Ha ha ha, this is great. This is probably the first time in history. The body of an emperor, even the unknown places are legends. That's great, young master obtained the inheritance. How can our Yenshu gods tribe not defy the heavens? The disciples of the Yen gods tribe seemed to be on stimulants as they desperately poured out their powers. But their energy flow was still power of life after all, so every minute spent, they naturally consumed their source energy. Thus, in just a short amount of time, they had already turned from young to old. He was in a precarious situation, at the brink of death. At this time, Long Fei was also somewhat speculating. Little Tian, are you sure you'll be fine? Long Fei passed the idea to the Sky Evolution Beast. Long Fei was worried. Especially the feeling of having his entire body being seen through. Long Fei felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Don't worry, boss, it's just a certain part of Yen Tian's body that was left behind. They refined it into a weapon, and then there were the descendants of Yen Tian's bloodline. Only by using their life force as sacrifices would Yen Tian's figure appear. If he does anything, I'll kill him, the Sky Spill Beast said madly. But the more Long Fei listened, the more uneasy he became. This kind of scene was too familiar, and it was the same with Xiao Bai back then, as he said, even to the heavens. In the end, even at the most crucial moment, it would fall. Especially this Sky Spill Beast, it was still young even now, it might not have been that retarded back then. Perhaps Yen Tian had been the one to lay the formation from start to finish. No, I have to make some preparations. Great killing weapon, little flower, little green, God's pavilion, get ready for battle. Long Fei secretly thought. No matter what, he was still a great emperor. Even if it was just an illusion, it couldn't be ignored. But right at this moment, a crisp sound startled Long Fei. Pow! Bai Hao's silhouette was directly sent flying backwards, as though he had fallen headlong into the ground. Who do you think you are to have the audacity to tell me that? When I was acting unrestrained, your master was just a child under my command. Now that I'm awesome, you still dare to order me around? Every time Emperor Yen Tian spoke, a palm would land over it. Bai Hao was completely dumbfounded, and his entire being was on the verge of going crazy. He frantically struggled, but to no avail. The Yen descendant of God's tribe was stunned. He had no idea why this would happen. Looking left and right, he didn't know if he should stop or continue. Even Long Fei was shocked by the scene in front of him. What kind of method is this? Long Fei was motionless, as he looked at the incomparably enormous sky evolution beast in the sky. It's fine, don't worry, master. I already felt that something was wrong. That Yen Tian brat didn't even get a woman, where did he get the inheritance from? So he's just a boy. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A descendant of a child, use his arm bone to command him. Little Yen Tian, if I were you, I would have killed him with a slap. The Sky Spill Beast laughed loudly. Whiz! The simulacrum of the great emperor Yen turned around and glanced at him. Shut up. If it weren't for me, do you think you would still be alive? You long ago became someone's subordinate, the Xiao Bai mouse. I'll give you this opportunity. You must seize it. If anything happens to Master, just wait for death. Emperor Yen Tian gave a loud roar and said as he stared at the Sky Spill Beast. Immediately, the Sky Spill Beast was terrified. His face was full of grievance, as if he didn't know why Yen Tian would make such an expression. Master. The Sky Evolution Beast's voice was filled with grievance and choked with sobs as he spoke to Long Fei hesitantly. But the current Long Fei had two heads. How could she have the time to care about him? Lord above, sit down, Yen Tian, and welcome back. Astonished, stupefied. I just don't know what to do. The disciples of the Yen God's tribe all opened their mouths wide, their eyes that were close to death exploding with a strong sense of unwillingness and disbelief. No, that's impossible. Great Emperor, we are your descendants. Emperor, he is our enemy. The Yenwu descendant of God's tribe roared. He wanted to cry, but no tears came. However, Emperor Yen Tian did not move at all and continued to kneel in front of Long Fei, as if he was waiting for Long Fei's orders. Long Fei's heart was already in his throat. Long Fei's heart was already in his throat. Facing the kneeling Emperor Yen, he didn't say a single word. This was an emperor. Long Fei did not know how strong they were in that era. But in this world, it could be said that he was invincible. Even if it was just a phantom image, its power was formidable. At least, Long Fei was completely unable to see through his cultivation. Instinctively, Long Fei already had a connection in his heart. If he had guessed it before, now, He was sure that the great Emperor Yen Tian was kowtowing to Long Batian. In this unknown land, the only person who could make a great emperor call himself an lord was Long Batian. Thinking about it, Long Fei remained calm and collected. He quietly probed the dragon's scales in his body. However, he was disappointed to find that the dragon's scale had not moved at all. "You're still pretending? You're still pretending to be deep, aren't you?" Long Fei squinted his eyes, staring straight at the dragon's scale. He did not move. Initially, he was still confused. Now that Emperor Yen Tian had bowed, Long Fei understood what was going on. Back then, because Zhang Yu was merely the descendant of great Emperor Tang, Long Batian was extremely nervous, and what he met afterwards were all the inheritances of the great emperor's powers. And there's even the god of boundary qualification battles. The participants of this qualification tournament were the inheritors of the emperor. What a coincidence! It was as if everything had been premeditated. Long Batian, let me guess. Are you feeling the same way, wanting to take my place so that you can bring your brother to this unknown place to fight for power outside of this region? Long Fei purposely provoked them because he wanted to see how Long Batian would react. The calmer you appear, the more desire you have in your heart. Unfortunately, I will not let you do as you wish, Long Fei said coldly. Regarding Long Batian, Long Fei was also well on his guard. However, the words that he had said a moment ago to stimulate Long Batian was only partly because of the appearance of the system. The 13 Sky Spill Emperors. I don't care what cultivation level the 13 emperors that you, Long Batian, are at or how awesome they are. There is absolutely no relation with the current state of affairs. I will soon forge 13 great emperors with my own hands, Long Fei said word by word. However, the dragon's scales still had no reaction. He was helpless. Long Fei could only retract his state of mind. At this moment, Emperor Yen Tian was still kneeling on the ground with an indifferent expression, as if he was as calm as the wind and as if he didn't show any dissatisfaction. "That! You can get up first," Long Fei said with embarrassment. There was nothing that could be done. One side could not even see their cultivation. How could Long Fei dare to do as he pleased? Bai Hao was a good example. He acted so arrogantly, but in the end, he was beaten into a pig's head. "Thank you, my lord," Emperor Yen Tian said with a stern expression. After standing up, Emperor Yen Tian turned around and looked into the sky. "Are you still not coming down? Are you waiting for me to pull you down?" Emperor Yen Tian looked at the sky spill beast, his aura overwhelming. In an instant, as if it had lost control of its body, the heavenly evolution beast shrunk in size, and in the end, became several 100 meters, 60 meters and 30 meters large. It landed beside Long Fei. "My lord, time is pressing, I won't say any more. I have already deduced it to this day from 10,000 years ago. Therefore, the entire Sky Spill secret world is for your sake. I know that you have yet to awaken, but I know that that day is not far away." As Emperor Yen Tian spoke, his eyebrows actually showed some excitement. "In short, Master has to hurry. The entire ancient world will not be able to last for long, and only by becoming a god of boundary will you be able to truly preserve this realm. The 13 of us will be waiting for you at the place where the 10,000 worlds will intersect." As Emperor Yen Tian spoke, his figure actually began to fade away. Clearly, this was what he meant by time being short. Long Fei was startled and immediately replied, "Wait, you mean you're still alive?" Long Fei suddenly said. Emperor Yen Tian was startled, as he looked at Long Fei thoughtfully. It was ice-cold and emotionless, as if it wanted to penetrate Long Fei's soul. It was as if he was gazing at her from the endless abyss, causing Long Fei to feel as if his entire body was freezing cold and cold sweat to pour down. "You're not!" The expression on Emperor Yen Tian's face suddenly became incomparably sinister, but before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. His strength had been completely used up. The disciples of the Sky-Reaching Clan used up their life source energy, so the amount of Sky Spill energy they provided was limited, much less the phantom of a great emperor. F***ck, this is too scary. Luckily, I eventually ran out of strength. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the boss for the first time today. Long Fei said in his heart. Even now, he still had a lingering fear. Emperor Yan's final gaze was too powerful. However, an impassioned feeling also emerged in Long Fei's heart. It's been a long time since I've had this kind of passion. 13 great emperors, 13 bosses, and even the god of boundary battle? Ha ha ha, none of you will be able to escape. Long Fei laughed crazily in his heart. To Long Fei, this was basically giving him a perfect clue regarding the script. We were just going to say come over quickly and wait for you here. Master, your smiling appearance is so obscene. Are you interested in Yen Tian? Right at this moment, just as Long Fei was thinking about this, the Sky Evolution Beast suddenly spoke up. Is it true that you talk too much? It's fine that you don't, but I still want to ask you. Aren't you awesome? Didn't they say that Yen Tian would have to walk while lying down even if he saw you? What happened just now? How did the shadow turn into this kind of appearance with just a few words? Long Fei asked. That. Master, this was an accident. I promise, the next time I see Yen Tian, I will beat the crap out of him and let him know that doing this to me today is an unforgivable sin. The Sky Spill Beast gnashed its teeth, looking like it couldn't tolerate it. Long Fei sneered. With regards to the words of the Sky Evolution Beast, Long Fei despised them to the end. Alright. How about I use my Heavenly Divergence Force to find Yen Tian and bring him back? Long Fei said. No, Master, I am joking. I also don't know what Yen Tian is playing at, however that Yen Tianji is so scary. The Sky Spill Beast said, panting, his face filled with grievance and fear. Hee, just knowing is enough. Don't pretend in front of me anymore, do you hear me? Long Fei said as he called the Heavenly Beast back into the system. Now it's your turn. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curved into a cold smile as he looked at Bai Hao. As for those disciples of the S, Long Fei was too lazy to even touch them. They were all at the end of their years, and he might even die in the next moment. He might not even have much experience, but Bai Hao was different. Whether it was the Sky Spill Mirror or the Emperor Armament that had been sacrificed to Emperor Yen Tian, Long Fei would never let it go. At this time, Bai Hao finally broke free. His face was covered with filth, and his hair was dirty. Long Fei, I will kill you. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. If it wasn't you, why would I be humiliated like this? I'm going to kill you. Bai Hao flew up into the sky in anger, activated the black staff in his hand to the limit, and smashed it towards Long Fei. You are courting death and cannot live. Bai Hao, you're truly pitiful. Long Fei said indifferently with disdain in her eyes. Long Fei said indifferently with disdain in her eyes. Bai Hao had suffered a crushing defeat. A person who thought he was playing chess was ultimately pushed out of the game. He was just a participant in this Sky Spill secret world. Not even a bastard. Immobilize. Long Fei stopped smiling and started to attack. Although Bai Hao's cultivation was not weak, Long Fei had never placed him in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to the life wager without hesitation. As for killing Bai Hao, that was only because of the explosive scene that was about to occur. Whiz! Bai Hao's face was filled with savagery as he attacked, but he was only halfway there before he was trapped in the void. 0.7 seconds. In the instant Bai Hao's figure was frozen, Long Fei also sensed through the system that the time needed to use the body securing technique was 0.7 seconds. In less than a second, perhaps not that long. But with Long Fei's current strength, a second was enough for him to kill Bai Hao countless times. 8. Extreme explosion, crash. Boom! Long Fei's figure instantly disappeared, and the next time he appeared, he was already in front of Bai Hao. No, no! Even though he was frozen, his consciousness was still clear. He could feel the killing intent and violent energy coming from Long Fei's body. They immediately panicked. Boom! 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 Long Fei did not care. He continued to punch out. All of his punches landed on Bai Hao's vital points. Boom! When the last punch was delivered, Bai Hao's body collapsed to the ground. His head was already smashed into smithereens. Long Fei proudly stood in the air. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Bai Hao. You have received 100,000 experience, 10,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining Sky-Reaching Mirror. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the Heavenly Hand Bone. Ding! Congratulations player on killing Yen Tian Inheritor, obtained the designated inheritance qualification once. The system's voice was incessant and violent. Even Long Fei was surprised. This Bai Hao clearly wasn't a boss, but this time's explosion made it so that there weren't even this many bosses. Especially the last one, it had completely exceeded Long Fei's expectations. Specify an inheritance right? Hee, it's definitely the woman that's going to be given to me. The first thought that came to Long Fei's mind was actually Yuro. Emperor Yan's inheritance, in addition to the mark he had now, were clearly made for Yuro. This is a lucky chance plus a 100% good impression, TSK, it feels so good. Long Fei's heart was in turmoil. Ding! The Sky Spill Mirror has fused with the Sky Spill power and transformed into the Sky Spill imprint. Ding! Yen Tian Seal Fusion. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Sky Evolution Inheritance. The third sound from the system was heard. Long Fei found the Great Emperor system from the system. The Great Emperor Yan's current location was no longer dark, but his identity had yet to be determined. Energy Ball? That's right, if you can refine it, then you'll have more ability to protect yourself in the future. Long Fei thought, his heart throbbing with excitement. However, at this time, the Sky Spill Beast suddenly became restless. Master, the power of Sky Spill is gone. The Sky Spill Beast was extremely berserk, even more so than it was before when it was threatened by Great Emperor Yen Tian. Calm down, once I find the master for the inheritance of the power of the sky, everything will be fine. Long Fei coughed dryly, and immediately closed the connection, allowing the Sky Evolution Beast to roar crazily inside, ignoring it. And at this time, the entire Sky Spill secret world no longer posed any threat to Long Fei. As for those who were already courting death and their life force had been completely exhausted, Long Fei did not even bother looking at them, and directly returned to the top of the shrine. This was his ultimate goal. What did a Bai Hao matter? Destructing the Sky Spill secret world was Long Fei's true goal. The Sky Spill grounds have already been cleared. I've also brought out the Sky Spill Beast from the Netherworld Adumbra Fountain. There are only a dozen or so palaces left in the Hall of All Living Things. If they were destroyed, the mission should have been completed. Long Fei analyzed as a great killing weapon appeared in his hand. It instantly transformed into a 9 mountains fault and then was smashed down heavily by Long Fei. Boom! The Longevity Palace had been destroyed, turning into endless dust, dissipating without a trace amidst the rumbling sounds. Boom! The Exterminating Palace had also been destroyed, leaving not a single trace behind. Long Fei attacked continuously, again and again. Following the continuous descent of the 9th peak, the entire shrine vanished into thin air. It's over, it's all over, my Yen God's tribe is finished. Long Fei, you will die a horrible death. You stole my clan's fortune, and you even annihilated my clan's secret world. You are simply insane. Long Fei, I curse you. If you walk out of Sky Spill's secret world, you will definitely die within my clan's elders and clan leader will definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. The disciples of the God's tribe who were watching Long Fei destroy the shrine all had faces full of unwillingness and anger. Their lives had come to an end, there was no cure. At this moment, he was also venting his dissatisfaction. Long Fei gave an indifferent glance and sneered. He smashed down again. This was the last palace, which was also the Sky Spill Palace. Long Fei was sure that this was the crux of the Sky Spill secret world. As long as this palace collapsed, the Sky Spill secret world would lose his power to support it and be annihilated. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire sky was filled with smoke and dust, and the entire Sky Spill secret world was also starting to become restless. Master, the secret world is about to collapse. Let's go. The Sky Spill beast warned, and actually broke through Long Fei's seal and informed him. Without his reminder, Long Fei was naturally aware that the entire secret world was about to collapse. In a moment of thought, Long Fei turned the big killing weapon into a shield, protecting himself with all his might. At this time, where was the Yen God's tribe? In the center of the huge plaza, almost all the Nan Gong family elders, as well as the patriarch Bai Qi, were already waiting. However, at this moment, Bai Qi and the many elders abruptly turned their gazes towards the sculpture of the great emperor. At this moment, cracks had actually appeared on the gigantic statue. Numerous rocks of unknown origin began to fall from the sky, turning into fine powder one after another. No. Impossible! What happened? Why are the statues of the great emperor collapsing? Chief, what's going on? Everyone didn't know what to do. Bai Qi's face was filled with rage. Damn it! Damn it! Boy, I will make you die a graveless death. Xiao Bai was infuriated to the extreme. He had already guessed what had happened. 10,000 miles away in the sky, a black shadow fell from the sky at an indescribable speed. Sky Spill Beast, can you be more King reliable? Long Fei cursed. The third time, once again, he experienced what it meant to fall freely from the air. Boom! The huge shockwave was unbearable to even Long Fei, as his body continuously bounced back and noted it down. Just at that moment, just as Long Fei had expected, the system's notification sound rang out once again. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the task. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the system's quest of saving the life forms of Yen Tian and destroying Secret World. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the system's quest of saving the life forms of Yen Tian and destroying Secret World. Quest Evaluation S Class. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining 100 million experience. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining the Heavenly Shifting Secret Key number 1. The system's notification rang out continuously. Long Fei finally felt comfortable in his heart. Looking at the 3 secret keys in the air, Long Fei laughed loudly. If what Emperor Yen Tian said was true, and they were still waiting at the 10,000 world intersection, then this secret key definitely had something to do with this place. Oh, 13 great emperors! Long Batian, you are truly my lucky star. This is what you call creating a boss for me. Long Fei said deliberately. 1. It was obvious that the dragon's scale inside the space had moved. However, it was only for a moment, and there was no response afterwards. It was only a reaction, but Long Fei was already satisfied. This meant that Long Batian was not indifferent to everything. At the very least, he cared about these brothers who shared the same hardships as him. Long Batian, why don't we discuss this with each other? Look at how many of your brothers are still waiting for you. Why don't you tell me how to get out of this place earlier than you already have, and then you can find your subordinates one day earlier? Long Fei said tentatively. However, there was no response at all. Long Fei was bored, so he did not linger on this question. Little flower, sense the surroundings and see where this is, Long Fei said. Just now, when the Sky Spill secret world had exploded, Long Fei had located a space according to a general direction. The results were the same as before. If it wasn't for the shield formed by the big killing weapon, Long Fei even dared to doubt that he would become the first player in this system in history to fall to his death. Master, I've already sensed it. A few hundred more kilometers and the Sky Empire will arrive. Within the space, Little Flower said. A few hundred miles? Then let's enter the city and see if there's any danger. Long Fei muttered to himself for a while. The Sky Empire must be a mess right now. There was no need to think about it to know. Half a month had passed since Thousand Sun City. In other words, there were still 2 more months until the qualification battles began. For cultivators, 2 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Even the slightest concocting of a pill or weapon would pass. Long Fei did not attract too much attention. After flying for a distance, just as he entered the vicinity of the Sky Empire, Long Fei went over on foot. The Sky Empire's empire was simply too dazzling. Just a single main street was enough to shock Long Fei to the point that it was hard to describe. The place was carved with jade, it was a magnificent palace, and there was also a defensive array engraved with runes. Upon entering, a sense of security swept over them. Just as he entered the city, Long Fei's legs suddenly stopped. The entire Sky Spill system began to operate on its own, as if there was some power within the city that caused it to tremble. F***CK6. Long Fei looked at the Sky Spill Great Emperor system, and saw that in the system, there was the Emperor of the 9-turbid Great Emperor, the Flying Immortal Great Emperor, the God of Underworld, the Ancient Emperor, the Great Emperor of the Fallen Land and the Great Emperor of the Violet Star Realm. An aura began to flicker from within. It was as if he had met a force similar to his own. Long Fei was already unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, and his face revealed a smile. F***CK, this is awesome. This is 6 of them. In the Sky Spill system, there were a total of 13 Great Emperors. Currently, there were already 3 Emperors in his possession: Longevity, Yen Tian, and Emperor Corrupt. Adding these 6 into the mix, it was equivalent to gathering the 9 Supremes in one fell swoop. No, I have to find them. Long Fei was extremely excited. Especially right now, these people were all rushing towards the God of Boundary. If he could turn the inheritance of the Emperor into his own people before this, then why would he need to fight with the qualifications of the God of Boundary? It all landed in his hands. Just as Long Fei was thinking about this, numerous rays of golden light flashed in the sky and instantly attracted Long Fei's attention. Boss! Long Fei hurriedly looked over, and realized that it was only a group of golden armor bodyguard. No way. Bosses are too rare these days. Everything looks like a boss. Long Fei mocked himself in his heart and did not want to care about it. The reason why he came to the Sky Empire first was to see what dangers awaited him. Naturally, he had to keep a low profile. But just as Long Fei was about to leave, a shout came from the crowd, interrupting his path. Yes, you are the newcomer to the city. Follow me. The person who spoke was also a young man. He wore a loose robe and a feather scarf, and he even swayed a little. Long Fei was startled and looked at him. Are you calling me? Long Fei asked indifferently. Yes, that's right. It's you. Now that you have been expropriated, come with me so as not to make me angry and suffer. The person said. Immediately, Long Fei was extremely depressed in his heart. Do I look so easy to bully? How dare a random person come and find trouble with him? What if I don't? Long Fei said indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. What? No. Brat, I think you're courting death. You're merely a fourth-level ancient era's supreme elder. How dare you reject me? Could it be that you are unable to see what cultivation I have? I am an ancient era's almighty level 8. You dare to reject me? As he spoke, the aura exuded from that person's body, as well as the cultivation of a cultivator at the 8th level of the ancient era. Long Fei sneered. There was not the slightest sense of oppression. The 8th level of the ancient era's great power, from the looks of it now, was nothing more than a pile of dregs. But at this time, a burst of laughter sounded, carrying contempt and ridicule. Oh, isn't this our unintentional young noble? Why, haven't you found someone to replace yourself yet? Ha, this is the last day. If you are still not able to catch the strong, you will be forced into the cannon fodder camp to attack the oscillating gods tribe. Ha, isn't it normal for cannon fodder to run in response? The crowd laughed without any concealment. Thoughtless face had turned red as if he was ashamed. Long Fei watched in interest, but what he was more concerned with was the attack on the gods tribe that they had mentioned. This point was within Long Fei's expectations. When Secret World Yen had opened it back then, the strange movements of the statues had already attracted a look at it from the outside world. Right now, even the Sky Spill Secret World had collapsed. It was normal for the Sky Spill Gods tribe to be exposed. A legacy that could lay down a living world in the midst of nothingness could definitely make even Super Powerhouse jealous. Not good. The Tianyun city is closest to the Yentian race. If this was caused by the Tianyun city, doesn't that mean that the current Yu-Ro and the Great Vajra are not safe? Long Fei was shocked. Thinking about it, Long Fei's face suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, the people in the distance all thought that Long Fei was afraid. Trash. To be able to be frightened by a piece of trash, either he is inferior to trash or he is an extremely large trash. The person who had mocked him earlier said coldly. Long Fei's eyes were ice-cold. If not for the worry in his heart, Long Fei would have definitely intervened. Let's go, you've requisitioned me. Furthermore, Long Fei had always wanted to keep a low profile. It just so happened that the situation in front of him could become a stepping stone for Long Fei. At the same time, the expression on Unintentional's face instantly turned gloomy and filled with joy. Ha, he agreed. Did you hear that? He has already been expropriated by me. Finally, I don't have to be cannon fodder to become the next god's tribe, ha. Thoughtless laughed wildly. I'm just finding something even more trashy than you. Even if you don't need to be cannon fodder, don't be happy too early, you're still a piece of trash. So what if you don't want to be cannon fodder? If you are not cannon fodder, then you can have a place in the sect? Let me tell you, our Li family will definitely not tolerate trash like you. A few of them spoke angrily, looking at Wu Xin with contempt. Thoughtless face was livid, and a strong sense of unwillingness and hatred emerged from between his brows. Li Wuqing, how can you be like this? I have already completed the clan's training, and the mission at home has already been completed. The patriarch said that he would give me a chance. He was not in the mood to retort. Pa! A slap fell. 5 bright red guides appeared on his face. You dog of a thing, you still dare to talk back? If not for finding such a piece of trash to replace you, you would have already entered the cannon fodder battalion. Li Wuqing's face was filled with a dark ruthlessness as he spoke. Wu Xin didn't say anything as he felt the pity and mockery in the eyes of the surrounding people. He felt ashamed. You're going too far. An angry look appeared on his face. But in the eyes of Li Wuqing and the others, this anger seemed to have found a new method of ridicule. Oh, you're angry. Why don't you hit me? I'm standing right here. If you dare, try it? That's right. If you have the guts, then do it. Trash is the same as your mother, born to be a lowly existence. I'll tell you the truth. Even if you escape being cannon fodder, you will still die a horrible death." Li Wuqing and the rest laughed even more brazenly as they spoke. Pow! However, at this moment, a crisp sound broke through the laughter. Everyone on the street looked at the scene in disbelief. Li Wuqing's laughter suddenly stopped, but his face still maintained his smile. He didn't seem to be able to react in time. However, a moment later, "Ah, you dare to attack? You trash dare to hit me?" Li Wuqing was unable to contain his anger, and the anger in his eyes erupted. "You're rebelling, kid. You actually dared to interfere in the matters of my Li family. You, a trash that even Li Wuxin could not resist, actually dared to attack young Master Wuqing. Yes, in this empire, no one has ever dared to make a move against young Master Wuqing. To touch young Master Wuqing is to slap my Li family's face." The two lackeys beside Li Wuqing now naturally stood forward. Long Fei indifferently swept a glance and looked at Li Wuxin. "If I were you, I'd call back. As long as you make a move, I'll carry the consequences for you. But if you choose to swallow your anger, then even a god will not be able to save you," Long Fei said to Li Wuxin seriously. Actually, Long Fei never wanted to meddle in other people's business. After all, his current core points were all related to the god of boundary qualification battles. With regards to the other matters, Long Fei naturally maintained an attitude of, as little as possible. But just now, Li Wuxin's angry roar had aroused a resonance with the Sky Spill Great Emperor's system. Therefore, Long Fei wanted to gamble. Of course, if Li Wuxin didn't even have the guts to choose to continue being a lowly ant, Long Fei would rather miss the opportunity to do so than give him the qualifications to do so. His brothers would be able to support both heaven and earth. If in order to survive, he could even disregard his dignity and the humiliation of his birth mother. Long Fei definitely would not do that. Li Wuxin fell silent. At this moment, a fight between heaven and earth had already begun in his heart. He looked at Long Fei, then looked at Li Wuqing. It was as if his heart had gone through an intense struggle. "Trash, they are all trash. What are you all waiting for? Go and cripple these two trash," Li Wuqing roared. This slap was something he had never experienced before in his life. As the son of the Li family's second master, he had been raised with a golden spoon since birth. He was a famous popinjay in the capital, who would dare to provoke him. But now, he was slapped by a piece of trash that he had always seen as a toy. This rage caused him to lose all reason. His two henchmen would not dare to hesitate at this moment. On the contrary, they would treat this matter as a happy occasion. "You're blind. How dare you attack young Master Wuqing? Kid, I'll take your right hand," a dog leg said. A right hand? This was letting him off too easily. Since he's just a cannon fodder, I might as well just make him into a human example so that he can become the lowliest thing in the world. Another said. A cold light flashed through Long Fei's eyes. Human body in his previous life, he had some understanding of this thing. He didn't expect that the people from the Li family would be able to do such a thing. Instantly, killing intent rose up in Long Fei's heart. "Tell me your choice. You only have this one chance. If you choose to fight, it will be considered as the time has come for the heavens to collapse. I will support you. If you choose to go easy on me, you can stand over there and point your spear at me." Long Fei stared at Li Wuxin and said. The struggle in Li Wuxin's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, his pupils turned blood-red. He looked at Long Fei and groaned. "I'll do it, but not because of you. I've endured for more than 20 years. This time, I don't want to endure any more. Even if I die, I want to let them know that I, Li Wuxin, am also a man of flesh and blood. I'm not trash, and I'm not a disgrace to the Li family." Li Wuxin said one word at a time, and at the end, she rushed past Long Fei and punched him. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk two clashing sounds could be heard. Li Wuqing's 2 dogs were caught unprepared. They had no time to react, or perhaps it could be said that they never thought Li Wuxin would actually resist. After being struck by a fist, they were directly sent flying. However, Li Wuxin did not stop and walked towards Li Wuqing. Li Wuqing had already recovered by this time. As he looked at Li Wuxin, who walked over with a baleful face, not only did he not panic, but a sinister look appeared on his face, mixed with killing intent. Good for Li Wuxin. You've learned to resist, haven't you? It looks like you don't want your dog life anymore. Haha, but it just so happens that as long as you die, your lowly mother will never again receive even the slightest bit of pity from an elder. Tisk tsk. I believe there are many places in this empire that would like to take in that charming mother of yours. Ha ha ha! Li Wuqing laughed loudly. Li Wuqing, I want you dead. Killing intent burst out of Li Wuxin's scarlet eyes. And Li Wuxin himself had completely lost all sense of reason, rushing forward to attack. Long Fei remained silent and did not move. Long Fei remained silent and did not move. However, there was a storm raging in his heart. Because at this moment, in the Sky Spill Emperor's system, the Emperor's aura that he had sensed before actually began to slowly activate. Ding! Congratulations, player, on activating the quest, taking in the power inheritor of the Emperor of Destruction, Li Wuxin. Time of mission, 10 days. Quest level, A class. Task reward, 50 million experience points, a random Great Emperor's successor's information. Long Fei thought. Fortunately, he had reacted in the first place, acting as Li Wuxin's platform. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to issue this mission. And this also meant that Li Wuxin was the person he was looking for. However, based on Li Wuxin's previous reaction, it made Long Fei feel a little helpless. This kind of extreme suppression had completely disregarded life and death. Unless one did something that could truly move him, it would not be easy to subdue him. Thinking about it, Long Fei looked at Li Wuxin. At this time, Li Wuxin had already erupted, appearing to have gone insane. It was as if a single sentence from Li Wuxing had touched upon the heart of Li Wuxin. It made Li Wuxin explode with killing intent. You want to kill me? Let's see what you are. Boom! Asterisk Li Wuxing suddenly struck out with his palm, blasting Li Wuxin away. Boom! Li Wuxin's body fell down heavily, cracks appearing on the stone floor. This kind of impact forced the surrounding onlookers to back off abruptly. Yeah, this is the Li family's palm of destruction. I heard it is related to the Extermination Emperor, but I don't know if it's true or false. However, the power of this palm strike is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid that it has already infinitely neared the level of a super perfection. This is nothing. The Li family's most powerful Li Wujiang is the top scholar of our Sky Empire with an unfathomable cultivation. He is also the general in charge of this attack on the Sky Spill Gods tribe. Looks like the Li family is bound to rise to prominence. The surrounding people were extremely envious. When they saw the power of Li Wuqing's palm strike, all of them were full of praise. Long Fei's eyes also changed slightly. After hearing that the power was related to the Emperor of the Extinction Realm, he looked at Li Wuxin. This was because the Emperor's qi that Li Wuxin had triggered the unusual movement of the Sky Spill system was also the Emperor's qi of extermination. There's no mistake. It seems that Li Wuxin is the 4th great emperor that I want to nurture. Long Fei's eyes flashed. After taking a few quick steps, he arrived in front of Li Wuxin. At this moment, Li Wuxin was already severely injured, but within her frail body, her eyes were as determined as ever. She forced herself up, wanting to get up from the ground. Very well, you have made your choice. Then, the rest is my business. Long Fei chuckled. I don't need you. Furthermore, I originally wanted to harm you, but I also have my own difficulties. My mother's current situation is extremely dangerous, so I'm afraid that if I die on the battlefield, no one will be able to take care of my mother. However, it seems that I was too naive. No matter how hard I try, they would never let our hearts go, so even if I do my best, the result would still be the same. I might as well risk my life. It's just that. My mother, cough cough. The more Li Wuxin spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, his breath was not smooth and he spat out a few blood arrows. Don't worry, I've already said it. As long as you make a choice, I will do the rest even if the sky falls. Long Fei said calmly. He was the one who gave him the chance. Li Wuxin did not disappoint him, so how could Long Fei change his mind temporarily? I will not disappoint my brother. It was Long Fei's life guideline. But, you're just courting death. Even I can scare you so much. What's the use of saying such arrogant words? I told you, the reason why I attacked was because I didn't want to endure anymore. Li Wuxin said. Long Fei chuckled and did not explain. If Li Wuxin was not injured right now, Long Fei would have directly slapped him. You actually dared to say you scared me so badly with such little cultivation? Li Wuxin, you are the man with the least foresight in my heart. Just watch, if I beat them to the ground, how about you acknowledge me as your boss? Long Fei asked with a smile. Li Wuxin looked at Long Fei in disbelief, thinking that Long Fei was just messing with him. Enough, go. I don't want to kill you. Li Wuxing's cultivation is already at the 9th level of the ancient Supreme Elder. Combined with the Li family's palm strike, he would even be able to fight against a super great circle. You are only at the 4th level of the ancient realm. If you go there, you will only be sending yourself to your death. Li Wuxin said with a gloomy face. Li Wuxing, since things have already come to this, I have no intention of living. However, this matter started because of me. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't make things difficult for others. Moreover, he's only an ant at the 4th level of the ancient strengthening technique. Killing him wouldn't give you any pleasure at all. Come on, kill me. Li Wuxin was on the verge of roaring. Every time he opened his mouth, blood oozed out. From this, it could be seen how severely injured he was. Long Fei, who was at the side, was once again speechless. Once again, he was despised. But before he could open his mouth, Li Wuxing's voice had already sounded. Let him go? Ha ha ha, Li Wuxin, have you gone stupid? He hit me just now. You want to leave after beating me up in the capital? Do you think he is a crown prince or a prince? If you hurt me, you have to repay it with your life. Besides, wasn't he awesome just now? Didn't he say that the sky would fall down and he would carry it? I want to see what kind of resistance he will use. Li Wuxing's eyes turned cold as he spoke. Extermination palm. 2 pieces of trash, go and die for me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A chilling intent appeared out of nowhere. The surrounding wind and clouds became extremely quiet. The faces of the surrounding onlookers also changed as they all retreated backward. He's serious. This palm is so powerful. Such a violent power. It truly deserves its reputation as an annihilation. It wants to completely annihilate everything. Even from so far away, I can still feel the fear. This kid is dead for sure. The expressions of the crowd from afar all changed when they saw this palm strike descending. In their eyes, Long Fei was already definitely going to die. No! Li Wuxing, stop! Li Wuxin hurriedly said, but he was already severely injured, so forget about stopping him. He couldn't even stand up to dodge it. But at this moment, the scene before him caused Li Wuxin's eyes to fall. You, Li Wuxin said with a trembling voice, his speech already unclear. Too powerful. No, it should be called a miracle, because at this moment, in front of him, Long Fei actually did not receive any kind of impact, but instead walked in front of him, and blocked off all of his strength. How is this possible? Could it be that you? Li Wuxin still didn't dare to believe it. He felt as if his heart had been rebaptized. It was too shocking. To him, this scene was completely beyond his knowledge. Long Fei smiled and said indifferently, "What? Was it a surprise? It's just that he's at the 9th level of an ancient almighty being. Is he really that strong?" "Is it very strong? Is it very strong?" Long Fei's disdainful tone was like a bomb that weighed a few thousand kilograms. The sound echoed in everyone's heart, especially the spectators in the distance. At this moment, their shock had long since far surpassed Li Wuxin's, because previously their preconceived idea made them feel that Long Fei was already dead. As long as they were hit by this palm, their heart would definitely have ruptured and they would die. But now, before the palm had landed, Long Fei was still speaking frankly with assurance. It made them feel a burning pain on their faces. "This is fake, it must be fake. F***ck, what a sinister brat, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Must have been pretending from beginning to end. It looks like young Master Wu Qing has also kicked an iron board this time." They couldn't believe it, but they had no choice but to believe it. Even if Long Fei's words made them feel extremely unhappy, as if their eyes had already been eaten by dogs. However, they didn't dare to say anything else, because Long Fei was very strong. This palm strike was so far away that it made them feel fear. Their entire bodies trembled, but Long Fei did not change anything. This meant that Long Fei's cultivation level was not something they could compare to. As for Li Wuqing, he was equally astonished. His eyes were wide open, and the hatred and killing intent in his eyes were replaced by terror. "No, you're just a piece of trash. How can you be so relaxed under the pressure of my power? I don't believe it. Apocalypse Palm, fall for me." Li Wuqing roared, and his cultivation base exploded with power. Whoosh! Suddenly, the power released from that palm was much more tyrannical than the one he used to attack Li Wuxin. "Quickly dodge it!" Li Wuxin shouted. Even if Long Fei had a relaxed performance before, now that Li Wuqing had used all of his cultivation, he did not think Long Fei could withstand it. But Long Fei smiled faintly. He turned around and looked at Li Wuqing, the corners of his mouth slightly moved. Level 8 burst. Long Fei said softly, "Boom!" A punch exploded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two forces collided in the void, and a pair of palm shadows directly shattered with a loud bang. "Aff! My hand, my hand!" Li Wuqing screamed. He only saw that the palm he used to strike had been pierced through, leaving behind a huge bloody hole in the middle. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound. This scene shocked everyone present, especially Li Wuxin. Now he knew that Long Fei had been hiding his strength since the beginning. F***ck, so he's this strong? Just now I was recklessly trying to use him as a cannon fodder. Li Wuxin had no strength to retort in his heart. He thought that luckily Li Wuqing and the others had arrived. If not for them, he might have been the one fighting against Long Fei. At that time, even if he died, he wouldn't know how he would die. "That! You should hurry up and leave. With such a large-scale shockwave, the Li family must be shocked. If you wait for the Li family's expert to arrive, you won't be able to escape even if you want to," Li Wuxin said. Long Fei turned around indifferently, looked at Li Wuxin who had a sincere face, and said, "I, Long Fei, do not have the habit of giving up on brothers. As I said just now, if I can stop him, you can acknowledge me as your boss. Since you are already my brother, of course I can't run by myself. I'll leave you to come down and carry me," Long Fei said with a smile. "Hee, let's just treat it as a joke from before. I can't leave, my mother is still here, I definitely can't leave my mother here by herself," Li Wuxin insisted. Long Fei was startled, and became more satisfied with Li Wuxin. However, after experiencing all of this, Long Fei knew better than Li Wuxin that if he continued to stay here, he would truly bring about the death of his mother. Thinking about it here, Long Fei directly said, "The more it is like this, the more we should leave. But don't worry, we'll be back soon. When you return, the entire Li family will tremble beneath your feet." Long Fei looked at Li Wuxin and said seriously. Li Wuxin laughed bitterly. As if Long Fei was trying to deceive him, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, you should leave. It's not worth dying for someone like me. Moreover, what you saw was Li Wuxing, and he wasn't even worth mentioning in the Li family. There's no way we can get away." Li Wuxin did not have the slightest bit of confidence, and he had already lost the courage to fight with all his might. Long Fei still wanted to say something, but Li Wuqing, who was at the side, opened his mouth. "Leave? You two bastards, none of you can leave. I have already informed my elder brother, and when he arrives, you will know what it means by wishing for death," Li Wuqing said while clenching his teeth. His crippled right hand was limply lying at the side, as if he was venting the anger in his heart. Hearing that, Long Fei's face changed slightly. Not afraid. He didn't want to waste time. Right now, the Sky Empire was already preparing to attack the Yen Gods tribe. This was what Long Fei was worried about. Of course, Long Fei did not care about whether Yu Yang survived or not. What Long Fei truly cared about was being gentle to Li Yuanba. Thinking about that, Long Fei turned around and captured Li Wuxin in his arms. "You!" Li Wuxin still wanted to struggle, but Long Fei's wrist strength had already reached several tens of thousands of kilograms, so how could Li Wuxin struggle to get away? Cut the crap. You will naturally know in the future that I, Long Fei, never swindle my teammates. As Long Fei spoke, he turned around and glanced at Li Wuxing. "The next time we meet, you'd better pinch your tail and be a good person. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you regret coming to this world." With these words, Long Fei flew off into the distance. "You dog, if you don't leave, I'll definitely let you know what it means to be absolutely miserable." Li Wuqing looked at Long Fei's leaving figure and said with hatred. But there was nothing he could do. He was injured. His right hand was crippled and his meridians were in disarray from Long Fei's punch. So. Just at this time, streams of golden armor bodyguard descended and came to Li Wuqing's side. "Young master, what's going on? Who hurt you?" A golden armored guard stepped forward and said, "What took you guys so long? Don't tell me my brothers raised you guys to eat sh*t. All of you are king bunch of trash. I'll tell you guys that the one who hurt me is Li Wuxin, and I'll give you guys 3 days' time, as well as a random brat who came out of nowhere. If you can't find it, then come to me with your dog head." Li Wuqing said fiercely. "Yes, sir." The golden armored guard in the lead gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Humph!" Li Wuqing coldly snorted and was quickly supported back to the hospital by someone else. At this time, in a mountain range outside of Sky Empire's capital, Long Fei had already stopped. "What? You want to join the cannon fodder battalion?" "No, absolutely not. The highest commander there is Li Wuya. If we go there, we will definitely die without a burial ground." Li Wuxin continuously shook her head and repeatedly refused. Long Fei shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. "I'm not talking to you, I'm telling you my decision. If you believe me, what I said is still valid. If you don't believe me, then you can go back. In the future, your life or death has nothing to do with me." 2,000 miles away, in the army camp of the Sky Empire. 2,000 miles away, in the army camp of the Sky Empire. Long Fei and Li Wuxin successfully snuck in. After all, the two of them had volunteered to be cannon fodder. The entire army is to return to order. After 6 hours, the troops will begin to move towards the God's tribe. Just as Long Fei and Li Wuxin had changed into their cannon fodder clothing for less than 15 minutes, an assembly order exploded within the entire army camp. "Are you in such a hurry?" Long Fei was a little doubtful. Previously on the Long Street, When Li Wuxin said that she would make him her cannon fodder, Li Wuqing said that today was the last day. However, his heart had actually been moved forward. I don't know what's going on either. Initially, according to the plan, they planned to assemble a cannon fodder battalion to serve as the vanguard in attacking God's tribe. Only tomorrow would be their departure. Li Wuxin was also shocked. When marching, the taboo was changing the rules. If something special had not happened, it would not have affected the military order at all. It seems like this is the aftermath of my destruction of the Sky Spill's secret world. Long Fei guessed this in his heart, but he did not show any signs of abnormality. At this time, a tiger-shaped man, over 10 feet tall and clad in armor, walked to the front of the army. I assume you all know what your mission is? The muscles and veins on the tiger-shaped man's body bulged, as if each of his movements carried explosive power. Long Fei looked at the person in front of him and instinctively thought of Li Yuanba. But even if it was Li Yuanba, she would not be able to do anything in front of him. Not bad. You are just a bunch of cannon fodder. It couldn't even be considered a piece of trash. Could even be recycled. But you guys, your only use is to send yourselves to your death. As the large man spoke, his eyes revealed no emotion, as if he didn't care about the lives of these people. However, I can tell you the truth. If anyone dares to run away, As the big man spoke, a trace of hostility flashed across his eyes. If you go, you will most likely die. But if I don't go, I'll be dead. As soon as he finished, in the cannon fodder battalion, there were already people trembling. Each level of his hoarse wails was louder than the last. My lord, please let me go. I don't want to be cannon fodder, I was duped to come here. I don't want to be cannon fodder. Lord, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. Lord, let me go. I'll go find my nephew. Voices rose and fell one after another, filling the void. Some people even fainted after hearing what the big man said. TSK, please, I beg of you. I, Tion Badeo, hate deserters the most. As the big man spoke, he took a step forward with his fat body. Boom! The earth shook. This kick actually caused the ground in a radius of several miles to shake violently. As for those who had spoken earlier, they were instantly repelled back into the void. The moment it landed, it was caught by Tion Badeo's palm. Sigh. A bloody and violent scene appeared. The few people who pleaded for mercy were torn apart by Tion Badeo. Blood and flesh scattered all over the place, and it was an exceptionally fearsome sight. Who else? Tion Ba bellowed. Anyone else who wants to leave, I'll grant him that wish. As Tion Badeo spoke, the bloodthirsty look in his eyes flickered as he continued to search the crowd for targets. Instantly, all sound vanished into thin air. They were afraid of death, but they were more willing to give it a try. Even if it was a narrow escape from death, it was better than being torn apart by such a violent attack. Very good. As cannon fodder, you should have the resolve to be cannon fodder. Now, all of you, get on this ship. Tion Badeo laughed loudly. He was extremely arrogant. Instantly, a curtain of darkness descended from the sky, obscuring even the light of day. The entire earth was covered. Long Fei lifted his head to look, and his heart slightly stirred. Isn't this the upgraded version of an aircraft carrier? You can travel in the void? Long Fei thought. This giant ship was very large. One couldn't even see the end of it with the naked eye. So. One figure after another began to madly rush into the ship. Even if they were forced to do so in the next moment, they would still carry out their mission of being cannon fodder. However, they were still crazily boarding the ship, afraid that they would be displeased if they were a step too late. In just a moment, tens of thousands of cannon fodder battalions had all boarded their ship. Long Fei and Li Wuxin were at the edge of the arena. Li Wuxin's face was bitter as he spoke. As you can see, I've already said before that entering this cannon fodder camp means certain death. When he attacked, he already knew what the result would be. However, he still felt regret in his heart. As he spoke, he looked at Long Fei. Seeing that Long Fei was not in the mood to speak, he could only shut his mouth. Long Fei's face fell as he looked at the scene before him. He did not care about Li Wuxin's words. Cannon fodder? It doesn't exist. Even if he was facing God's tribe Yen, Long Fei felt no pressure to himself. What he was considering now was whether or not the change in the cannon fodder camp had been caused by God's tribe Yen. Would he vent his anger on Li Yuanba just because he had disappeared? In the blink of an eye, the warship moved at high speed. In just a few moments, it had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, the ship slowed down. We're finished, we're here. Are we going to die? Why don't we attack together later? I don't believe that God's tribe is so powerful that they can kill tens of thousands of us. How about, let's run? This cannon fodder camp is basically sending us to our death. The moment the large ship stopped, the people on the ship had already begun to waver. They were simply too afraid of death. In fact, they could even predict that once the ship stopped, the gate of death would be waiting for them. Only Long Fei and Li Wuxin remained calm. Li Wuxin was already prepared to die after seeing the difference between life and death in front of him. But Long Fei, however, he did not take these things seriously at all. Boom! At that moment, the warship suddenly stopped and opened up in a flash. Tian Badeo walked up once again. You are all very lucky. Tonight, you will be able to get away with it. Now you all can enjoy the last moments of your lives, but I can tell you all this. Whoever dares to leave the warship, I don't mind tearing a few more people apart to make tonight's food and wine. Tian Badeo threatened coldly. After which, Tian Badeo turned around and left. And at this time, Long Fei also saw someone familiar. It could be said that Long Fei had wanted to kill him a long time ago, and had no chance to do so. Long Fei was also slightly surprised in his heart. He did not expect to see this person in the cannon fodder camp. However, seeing this person together with Tian Ba, he muttered in his heart. That's right, this person was the zither. At this time, Gu Qin also saw Long Fei. After saying a few words to Tian Ba's side in a low voice, he started laughing loudly. TSK, 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 who is this? Isn't that the person who had a life wager with the young master of the Yenshu God's tribe? How did you become a cannon fodder battalion? Ha ha ha, lame duck, do you know what it means to meet me here? Schwa schwa schwa. Schwa schwa schwa. In unison, everyone silently took a step back. It was as if maintaining a distance from Long Fei was asking for death. Li Wuxin looked at Long Fei with slight hesitation, but in the end, he did not move a single step. Long Fei shifted his gaze, looked at the zither, and smiled faintly in the end. What is it? Haven't you had enough? Do you want to die by crawling over here? Long Fei said coldly. Regarding the Guqin, Long Fei had never let his killing intent go. If such a person were to live, even in his dreams, Long Fei would not laugh. Humph, a dead duck has a stubborn mouth. Long Fei, right? This young master will not be polite and tell you this. If you meet me, you're dead for sure. You are just cannon fodder from the cannon fodder battalion. Don't say anything else. Just a single word from me will cause you to die without a complete corpse. Do you believe me? Gu Qin said arrogantly. You want me to die with a single word? Alright, why don't you try it? If you can't kill me, you're my grandson. Long Fei's eyes flashed with contempt. If he wanted to leave, forget about the Guqin. Even Tian Ba and Long Fei wouldn't be able to see him in his eyes. Humph, kid, once you enter the cannon fodder camp, you will be nothing but cannon fodder. Who dares to act so arrogantly in front of young Master Gu? At this moment Tian Badeo appeared. It was obvious that he was fawning over the zither. Ha ha, do you see that? Brat, I don't even need to say anything. The people who want to kill you can line up to the Tianyun city from here. You never know how amazing our Gu family is. The zither laughed, its eyes full of playfulness. Then, he turned to look at Tian Badeo. General Tian, I don't think we need to wait until tomorrow. Why don't we just let them leave now? However, I want this kid to be the first one. The zither said. Haha, of course young Master Gu can say that. Tian Badeo smiled in a flattering manner. However, the smile that hung on his face made him look even more ridiculous and sinister. Kid, originally, you still had a night to live, but now you don't have the chance. You and the kid beside you come out. Tian Badeo spoke arrogantly, not allowing the slightest hint of rejection. Swish. Everyone in the cannon fodder battalion looked on with fear as they took another step back. Pity, bitterness, sadness, schadenfreude. A variety of emotions gathered in their faces. But even so, no one dared to approach Long Fei, afraid that they would be implicated. Li Wuxin's face was filled with indignation and his breathing quickened, as if the boundless rage that was suppressed in his heart was about to erupt. Let's go all out. In any case, there's only death in the end. I've already taken this step, so I don't want to feel aggrieved anymore. If I'm destined to die, then I'll fight to the death. As Li Wuxin spoke, he took off the hat on his head and threw away the fan in his hand. At the same time, a wave of killing intent exploded out. Long Fei slightly raised his eyebrows as his heart once again shook. Although Li Wuxin's actions were casual and light, it still caused Long Fei to feel a sense of annihilation. Transformation, this is what true transformation is like. Long Fei was extremely moved by this unexpected gain. This change was even more pleasurable than making Long Fei's heart feel good while killing his zither. Li Wuxin was a powerful existence that was related to the Emperor of Destruction. Once his power awakened, he would become an emperor in the future. There's no need to fight, it's just a tyrant of the field, and there's also the young master of the Tianyun city. Just kill him. Long Fei said indifferently. Fight? Was there a need to go all out at this level? One was at the 6th or 7th level of the ancient era, while the other was at the 7th level of the great complete realm. With this cultivation, he was able to suppress them with a flip of his hand. Li Wuxin was startled, and looked at Long Fei bitterly. I always felt that I had already become muddle-headed, but I never thought that you would be so awesome that you could even deceive yourself. I still have a killing move that can cause chaos. When the time comes, you can take the opportunity to escape. Think of it as an apology for my actions earlier, Li Wuxin said, as he did not believe Long Fei at all. Even if Long Fei's strength was not bad, he did not think that he was Tianba's opponent. Long Fei's face was filled with astonishment as he shook his head slightly. Even if he was telling the truth, he was still not recognized. And at this time, Long Fei could no longer have any other choice. Tian Badeo's figure had already landed on the ground. His burly body, which was like a small mountain, landed heavily on the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Several of the men from the cannon fodder battalion were smashed by the impact, turning into a bloody paste. Don't, we are innocent. Lord General, it is all this brat's fault. If you want to kill him, then kill him. That's right, the one who deserves to die is him. It's him who offended the young master of the Tianyun city. It has nothing to do with us. That's right, we can suppress him and hand him to the general, as long as he gives us a chance at survival. Countless of people from the cannon fodder camp begged for mercy, and at the same time, stood opposite to Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes were cold. This situation was nothing out of the ordinary. But what made him depressed was, did he look like a soft persimmon? You guys are truly hopeless, Entering the cannon fodder camp is already a certain death situation for you guys. Instead of thinking about how to break through, how to find the possibility to survive, you guys are instead begging for mercy. If we were to stand together and fight them, someone would definitely be able to escape. However, Li Wuxin was different. When she heard that they were actually going to join forces and attack Long Fei, she immediately became anxious. If they were to make the first move, he would give his all and completely destroy any hope he had of Long Fei. Humph, kid, you're deceiving us less. Tomorrow at least, we still have hope, yet you want us to die right now. As expected of the wolf's ambition. Right, if I go with you, I'll only be sending myself to my death. Only a retard like you would be together with a trash. Countless shouts had appeared. At this moment, they were already in a state of hatred towards Long Fei. Not only that, there were some people who were secretly accumulating their power, preparing to attack Long Fei. No, you are cutting off your own path of retreat. I can guarantee that some of you will survive the first charge later on, Li Wuxin said anxiously. But just as he finished speaking, a pair of hands appeared on his shoulders. It was Long Fei. Forget it, you will never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. They've long since lost their faith. Even if they live, they're still no better than a dog. Long Fei said indifferently. However, at this time, the Guqin's laughter came once again from the top of the large ship. Long Fei, do you think you can still continue acting like that? Oi, you group of cannon fodder, listen up. If anyone can kill Long Fei, I will contact his identity as a cannon fodder and let him leave safely. As soon as he said that, the entire cannon fodder battalion went into a frenzy. Everyone's eyes turned blood-red. Kill. I will kill him. Scram. Whoever dares to steal from me will be killed by me. Ha ha ha, he is mine now. As long as I kill him, I will no longer be cannon fodder. After the voice sounded out, the rioting started. Hundreds of people took the initiative to attack Long Fei. With just 3 steps, he was already an enemy of the human world. With just 3 steps, he was already an enemy of the human world. On the battleship, the group of people in the cannon fodder battalion had already been stimulated to the point that they wanted to live. And if they wanted to live, they had to make a move against Long Fei. Suddenly, tens of thousands of people moved at the same time. Countless types of power appeared in the air, incomparably brilliant. How could this be? How could it be like this? We're done for this time, we're really going to die here. Li Wuxin said softly, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all. Almost in the instant that the cannon fodder battalion attacked, they were blocking in front of Long Fei. Long Fei's heart warmed. He could feel that Li Wuxin was just a kind of instinctual reaction. Long Fei calmly took a step forward and pulled Li Wuxin behind him. Don't try to show off, is this something you can handle? I've said this before. Even if the sky falls, it will still be me who will resist. Long Fei said and threw out a punch. Boom! The wind from his fists surged. And in this instant, Long Fei did not hide anything. He would make his move when he needed to, otherwise, he would always be pinched like a soft persimmon. He was truly displeased. Especially the group of cannon fodder, who were so weak in Long Fei's eyes that they could only be described as cannon fodder. This made Long Fei even more unable to endure it. If they did not make a move, Long Fei would not even bother to care, and might even be able to give them a chance to live. After all, Long Fei had never intended to stay in the cannon fodder camp. The reason he came to this place was to help him avoid trouble with the Li family. Now, after seeing the Guqin, even if Long Fei wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Since he couldn't be at peace, he might as well face it head-on. In any case, they had already reached Tianyun City, so it would only be a matter of time before they were exposed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power of this punch was monstrous. This group of people who were only experts in the ancient realm were not opponents at all. All of their power would be exhausted after facing Long Fei's punch. Even with the strength of several hundred people, it was still not enough to face Long Fei. In a single exchange, it was completely destroyed. A single punch represented invincibility. Wherever it went, nothing could go wrong. Boom, 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 boom. 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 One figure after another was sent flying. They wanted to take Long Fei's life, but Long Fei would naturally not show them any mercy either. The lives of several hundred people were instantly killed by Long Fei's fist. After doing all of this, a cold light flashed in Long Fei's eyes. Come on, you want to use me to exchange for escaping the status of cannon fodder? What are you all stopping for? Wasn't it awesome just now? If you want to kill me, then let's see who dies. Long Fei said coldly. Li Wuxin, who was watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded, and her eyes were wide open. You. He had already thought highly of Long Fei, but he hadn't thought that he would underestimate him. No, he probably hadn't understood Long Fei at all. He's actually this strong? An ancient, almighty being is actually this powerful? Li Wuxin was moved. Looking at Long Fei, her eyes released a small star. Long Fei slightly raised his eyebrows, looking at Li Wuxin, who was already shocked. He felt extremely pleased in his heart. Aren't we going to take you down this time? Long Fei was secretly pleased with himself. He felt that this time, he would definitely be able to win with a 90% certainty. However, after waiting for a long time, Li Wuxin's expression became more and more agitated. However, he did not call out boss. Therefore, the system did not reply him at all. F***ck. Still not enough. Can't we get to this point? Long Fei sighed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only think of something else to ask Li Wuxin. But now, with Long Fei's move, the entire battleship had become extremely quiet. After killing several hundred people with a single punch, they were thoroughly terrified. The expressions on their faces were already extremely terrified, and no one dared to take another step forward. How can he be this strong? Is he even human? Any one of us has a cultivation level that is higher than his, but we can't even take a single punch from him. Too terrifying. You can't go up. Those who go up will definitely die. The people of the cannon fodder camp retreated, facing Long Fei. They were already terrified. It was just like when he faced Tian Badeo's bloody violence. It made them not have the slightest bit of courage to step forward. At this moment, the ones with the ugliest expressions were Gu Qin and Tian Badeo. Originally, he wanted to flatter Gu Qin, but now, he was slapped in the face by Long Fei. You're just a dead cannon fodder. Who gave you the courage to kill someone in front of me? Tian Badeo took a step forward. His tiger body trembled as his jumping muscles burst with tyrannical power, as if he was a demon beast in human form. Long Fei squinted his eyes as he sneered. If I want to kill someone, do I even need to ask? I have never lacked courage. Why don't you try? Since they were going to fight. In that case, he might as well blast him to the end. No matter what Heavenly Emperor army, no matter what Tianyun city, if you dare to provoke me, I will still kill you. Even the undead legion of the divinity, Long Fei dared to destroy them all. What did a single Heavenly Emperor army count as? Bastard, how dare you disobey me, die for me! Tian Badeo flew into a rage. With a single leap, he raised his huge fist. Long Fei's eyes narrowed, and with a flip of his hand, he also threw out a punch. Level 8 Berserk. Long Fei shouted loudly. Boom! The light exploded and two absolute powers collided in the air. The entire warship shattered into pieces under the impact of this force. Young lord, let's go. Beside the zither, an old man jumped out from the void and took the zither away. As for the men from the cannon fodder battalion, they seized this opportunity to jump down from the warship. Li Wuxin was the same. Under the impact of this force, he was sent flying. Crack, crack, crack. Just as everyone's silhouettes landed, the entire warship also completely broke apart, turning into countless fragments, scattering into the air. However, the battle between the two still did not stop. The entire space had been distorted by the collision force, and waves of violent energy continued to collide with the space in front of Yi Shiwen's eyes. A hint of regret hung on Li Wuxin's face. He wanted to charge forward several times, but this force was too violent. He was unable to charge in and was knocked down by this force. "You must be all right." Li Wuxin clenched his fists tightly as he stared at the empty space in front of him. Not only him, Gu Qin and the others were the same. "You dog, I don't believe that you're still not dead this time. You actually dared to compete with Tian Badeo in strength. Don't you know that the Tian clan is famous for being the arrogant warrior?" Gu Qin ridiculed with a cold smile. "Impossible, he won't die." Li Wuxin immediately retorted. "He will not die, ha ha ha, what a joke, all of you are trash, just you wait, in less than 3 seconds, you will see Long Fei being beaten to the ground." The zither laughed heartily as it rubbed its fists, as if it had already taken revenge. Just as his voice fell, a miserable scream suddenly exploded in the air. "Ah no. My arm doesn't want to kill me, don't want to kill me." His voice was hoarse. His voice was hoarse. His voice was filled with endless despair, as if he was suffering from soul-piercing pain. "Did you hear that? Long Fei is already at his limits, and Tian Ba will soon attack him from the sky. Ha ha, you dog! You dare to fight against me? You overestimate yourself." As the zither spoke, it turned to leave. The other members of the cannon fodder battalion all looked at the void. When they heard the begging sound, their first thought was the same as the Guqin. They all thought that Long Fei was begging for mercy. "I knew it would end up like this. Let's quickly escape, otherwise, when Tian Badeo returns, we won't be able to escape even if we wanted to. Heh, no matter what, we still have to thank him. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had the chance to run away. Haha, burn some paper for him today next year." The men of the cannon fodder battalion were in high spirit. They wanted to take advantage of this space to escape. However, right at that moment, an explosion sounded from the center of the sky and cut off their path. Boom! The entire warship broke into pieces, and the figure in the sky also appeared. There were indeed some people screaming in pain, but it was not Long Fei at all, but rather Tian Badeo, whom they could not afford to lose in their hearts. At this moment, Tian Badeo had already been beaten into a pighead. His facial features were twisted together and from afar, he looked like a sculpture without any facial features. What shocked them even more was that Tian Badeo's entire right arm had been completely crippled. Half of the bones in his arm were exposed, and his entire body was immediately stepped on by Long Fei on the head. How could this be? Tian Badeo lost. So powerful. So he's actually been pretending all this time. He's not ignorant and fearless, he's simply disdainful. Heavens, Tian Ba is able to tear apart us with his bare hands, and he is not Long Fei's match right now. That Long Fei he... All of a sudden, the men of the cannon fodder battalion looked at each other in dismay. They had even forgotten to run away. As for Gu Qin, the moment the two figures were exposed, her face had already become ghastly pale. She turned around, intending to escape. "Stop, did I let you go? You want to leave after being so arrogant in front of me? Where did this good thing come from?" Long Fei's foot stomped onto the ground tyrannically. He looked towards the Guqin and said with killing intent, "Long Fei, I was wrong, please forgive me this once. I swear, I will never go against you again." The zither said, "Wrong? Heh, sorry, if you just admit your mistakes, then what's the use of cultivating it?" Long Fei's eyes were filled with disdain. Spare? Non-existent. In the Tianyun city, he had almost forced Yu Rou to death. This was already a form of hatred, and it wouldn't stop until she died. Long Fei, don't go too far. I've already admitted my wrongs, what else do you want? Don't forget, we are still in Tianyun city. Gu Qin clenched his teeth and said, "Too much? Haha, if this is too much, then you should have died 1,000,000 times over already." Long Fei said, disapproving, and then suddenly kicked down. Tian Ba's body directly landed beside Gu Qin. Dong. Gu Qin's face turned pale. If it wasn't for the guard supporting her, she might have already fainted. It was too bloody. Tian Badeo's entire body was severely injured. Even his bones had been shattered by the shock. Even his facial features were gone. Like a piece of dough, he collapsed onto the ground. Long Fei, enough. My Tianyun city is not one you can offend. What's more, the Gu family's background is not something you can imagine. This old man would advise you to stop your injuries in time and not seek your own death. The guard beside Gu Qin said sinisterly. Who do you think you are? Even your master can only beg for mercy in front of me, and you still dare to threaten me? Long Fei glared, releasing a burst of killing intent. Suddenly, the old man's face froze and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. You! The old man forced himself to speak. He could not believe that not only was Long Fei's battle power extraordinary, his soul force was so strong as well. With the power of the 4th level of the ancient era, he was actually able to be intimidated by someone at the 7th level of the ancient era. What I? If you want to die, you can stand out. I'll grant you that wish. Long Fei didn't even give her the slightest of face. To still want Long Fei to give face after being schemed against? Impossible. The reason why Long Fei did not kill him was not because of pity. It was not fear. Instead, he wanted to get news of Li Yuanba and the rest from Gu Qin. The old man was at a loss for words. Under the oppression of Long Fei's aura, he did not even have the courage to refute, and directly went silent. Gu Qin, where are my people now? Long Fei did not beat around the bush and directly asked. Right, Long Fei, you must be here to save them. Ha ha, that's good then. You better quickly let me go and kowtow and admit your wrongs. Perhaps I can give you a chance to see them once. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. The fear on his face disappeared without a trace, as if he had grabbed onto Long Fei's scruples and started to do whatever he wanted. Hearing that, Long Fei's face turned cold, as a bad feeling filled his heart. So they're already in your hands? Long Fei's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Gu Qin. The zither was confused and instantly stupefied. Long Fei, calm down. I was just joking. I didn't catch them at all. They're still safe. Right, Tian Badeo's elder brother has already gone to take action. You can go save them now. When the zither saw that the wind had turned, it hurriedly kicked the blame onto Tian Badeo. Tian Badeo wiggled wildly when he heard this. However, all the bones in his body were shattered. He was unable to say anything even if he wanted to. But Long Fei still did not say a single word. Icy cold killing intent continuously emanated from his body, enveloping Gu Qin and the other two inside. No matter who you are, from the moment you set your eyes on my woman, everything has been decided. You all, we must die. Long Fei said indifferently, as the gigantic killing weapon slowly appeared in his hand. Whiz! At this moment, the scarlet light on the killing weapon shot into the sky, a cold light exploding. Just like the idea in Long Fei's heart right now. There was only one word: kill. Swish. With a flip of his hand, Long Fei chopped off Tianba's head with his long blade. Tian Badeo didn't even have a chance to struggle before he completely lost his life. Ding! Congratulations player Ling Fei for killing Tian Badeo. Obtained 40,000 experience, 40,000 holy source points, 1 striking value. Ding! Congratulations to the players for obtaining the power of the warrior. Ding! Congratulations to the players for obtaining the blood of the warrior. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Berserk Warrior's heart. The system exploded continuously, but Long Fei was in no mood to care. In his heart, he only wanted to erase the zither before him, otherwise, the hostility in his heart would never be quenched. Gu Qin was already scared silly by Long Fei, and both of his legs were trembling. Soon after, a fishy stench emanated from him. He was scared shitless. Long Fei. Don't kill me, I swear I will never go against you again. Also, killing me would not benefit you at all. My aunt is the imperial concubine. If you kill me, you will offend the Sky Empire. At that time, there will be no place for you in the entire world. Let me go, please let me go. The zither kept begging for mercy, not wanting any more dignity. In the face of life and death, dignity was nothing. Sky Empire? Haha, so what if it's the Sky Empire? Today you must die. No one can help you. Long Fei's voice dejectedly fell. Long Fei's voice dejectedly fell. He was like a god of death, meticulous and without a trace of emotion. The reason for his glance was because the Grim Reaper looked back. The movement of a saber light was equivalent to harvesting the harvest of death. No, Long Fei, you absolutely cannot be like this. You have already killed Tianba, but the Tian clan is the Berserker warrior clan. Their blood vein are linked, so if you kill him, his brother will definitely come over soon. Only I can save you. If you kill me, there's no hope at all. The zither kept talking, calling out its uses. But all these, to Long Fei, were just rubbish. Long Fei never asked about background when he killed people. Could the Kuang warrior be more powerful than the Xian nationality? The chattering is so king annoying. Your father's principle is, if you can do it, don't beat around the bush. Just like what you said, Laozi can let you go. Long Fei sneered. He took 1,000 steps, and the big killing tool continued with its previous mission. With one strike, it directly split the Gu Qin from the middle. Next, it's your turn. Long Fei's eyes turned and without hesitation, he slashed his blade over. But the old man beside Gu Qin was at least at the 7th level of the super great complete realm, so he was forced to retreat the moment Long Fei made his move. Kid, just you wait. You killed young Master Qin and even killed the people of the Tian clan. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you. The old man said as he turned around to flee. Want to leave? If you have the guts, just say so. If you don't have the guts, then fight? Hand of Chaos, come back here. Long Fei's eyes darkened as he instantly executed Hand of Chaos. Boom! A pair of large hands reached into the void, catching the fleeing old man in front of them. At this moment, he, who had already escaped, had a smile plastered on his face. When she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of cold eyes from Long Fei. No, that's impossible. The old man crazily shouted as he struggled with all his might. Immobilize! Inscription power! Murderous weapon / Long Fei used all of his strength in an instant, not giving the old man the chance to struggle. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the zither. You have received 1,000,000 experience, 10,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Heavenly Phoenix Jade Pendant. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the Gu family's internal guard. You have obtained 380,000 experience points, 30,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Whoosh! Panted heavily as he killed 3 people. This directly caused Long Fei's holy source to be exhausted. Whether it was the body securing technique or the power of inscription, both consumed a great deal of energy. No, I'm too weak right now. I have to think of a way to quickly retreat, otherwise, if what the Gu Qin said is true, then I'm afraid that we will meet an even stronger enemy. Long Fei thought. Right now, in Tianyun City, there were strong enemies everywhere. Especially after he killed Tianba and Gu Qin, it made the battle between him, Gu Xing, and some of the other Berserker warrior tribes even more tenacious. If his opponent had some sort of special method that allowed him to sense everything that was happening here, then it would most likely provoke a fierce battle. Thinking about it, Long Fei turned around. Thoughtless, let's go, Long Fei said indifferently. Li Wuxin was still in shock. Long Fei's power had once again changed his view of the world. For the first time, he felt admiration for Long Fei. You're really awesome, Li Wuxin said with a hint of worship in his voice. Long Fei was overjoyed as he grinned. He knew that he was one step closer to capturing Li Wuxin. As for the men from the cannon fodder camp, Long Fei could not be bothered with them. He didn't even have the interest to kill them. He didn't have enough experience. In fact, he hadn't even received a system prompt when he killed hundreds of players. In other words, with the increase of Long Fei's level, these existences comparable to his cultivation level would no longer be able to give him any experience. However, just at this moment, two killing intents broke through the air and directly descended on them. Long Fei's footsteps paused, and his eyes sunk. He came so fast? Long Fei was extremely depressed. The worst situation had finally happened. Long Fei, let me do it this time. I'll block them for a while. Quickly leave, Li Wuxin said firmly. Impossible. I, Long Fei, have never let go of my brother's habit. Long Fei shook his head and said. At the same time, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. At most, he would just go all out, and even if he used the God of Heaven madman, he wouldn't abandon Li Wuxin. Long Fei, you can't leave. You were the one who killed him. If you leave, what will we do? Suddenly, right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from within the cannon fodder camp. Long Fei was startled as he looked at the other party with an extremely ice-cold gaze. What did you say? Long Fei asked. I said you can't just leave like this. Now that the entire space has been sealed off by killing intent, it's obvious that it's coming for you. You were the one who killed the person, so you absolutely cannot leave. Otherwise, how are we going to account for it when the time comes? The man gritted his teeth as he spoke, but after he finished, he realized it was silent behind him. No one dared to refute him. Is everyone right? From start to finish, we never thought about escaping, as all of this was done by Long Fei himself. Now that he killed someone and wanted to leave, how could he do that? Why should we bear the consequences if he kills them? The man continued, trying to stir up the crowd. Sure enough, after his voice fell, a few voices from the crowd appeared. That's right, Long Fei. Since you're so powerful, you should continue fighting. We are all ordinary people. We still need to live. I beg of you, don't implicate us. All sorts of different voices appeared one after another. Their arguments were all different, but their meanings were the same. That is, they want to live. In other words, Long Fei had to die. Long Fei sneered. Humans were shameless, and they were unrivaled in the world. For these people who had buried their faces in the ground and had no dignity left, they would not cherish even if they were given a chance to live. You bunch of ungrateful people. If not for Long Fei, how could you have your freedom now? Long Fei gave you all a free body and gave you all a chance to live. Not only are you not grateful, you instead want Long Fei to die right now. You guys are worse than pigs and dogs. Li Wuxin was flustered and exasperated as he cursed loudly. Li Wuxin, what are you pretending to be a good person for? That's right, Long Fei, you can't leave anyways. Since you can fight like this, then let's have another fight. Someone in the crowd continued to speak. As for Long Fei, there was no longer any expression on his face. In the next moment, it transformed into a vicious and decisive strike. That was because, as of this moment, killing intent had reached him. My son. The white of the fish gradually emerged, and the dawn approached. The white of the fish gradually emerged, and the dawn approached. This sound was filled with endless sorrow and grief. The heaven and earth seemed to be reversed, and the sky actually began to darken rapidly. Darkness came, darkness came. Hoo-hoo! It was as if his killing intent was mixed into the darkness, shuttling back and forth between the darkness. It's over, it's the Tian Yun City's city lord. This is his ace attack, the curtain of the dark sky. This time it's really over. Long Fei killed his son. Tian Yun City Lord will definitely kill crazily. This is his sole son from the 3 bloodlines. Hurry up and retreat, or else we won't even know how we died. The Tian Yun City Lord's power was monstrous. Even within the Sky Empire, he was ranked highly. His name was infamous, and once he showed his power, they were immediately scared out of their wits. Long Fei's heart also tensed up. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Replacing it was a look of ecstasy. Too strong, too strong. This kind of strength was not only aimed at the powerful aura, but also at the golden lights that broke through the darkness one after another. Too dazzling. Last time in Tian Yun City, Gu Xingdao did not make a move and did not expose the boss's light. This time, because of the death of the Zither, it had revealed the boss stats. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful, so powerful that Long Fei was dazzled by the light. I didn't expect it to be a big boss. Long Fei laughed, his smile was filled with anticipation, and he couldn't even hold back his saliva. You still have the mood to smile. Li Wu Yi was extremely anxious, thinking about how to let Long Fei escape, but Long Fei seemed to have gone dumb and did not make a move. Long Fei glanced at Li Wuxin and said, "You can just retreat to the side later. Just leave him to me." If Long Fei did not explain, he could not tell him that killing the boss was his lifelong dream, right? Thus, he did not waste any more time on nonsense. This won't do. With your current condition, you aren't suitable for battle at all. Hurry up and leave. Li Wuxin shook his head and rejected Long Fei's suggestion. Don't worry, he's just a Tian Yun City Lord. He's done for. Long Fei said in disdain. Long Fei showed a relaxed and casual expression as he looked towards the sky and waited quietly. The men from the cannon fodder battalion had already scattered and fled in all directions. However, just as their figures touched the void, they were immediately reflected back. It was as if this place had been sealed off and there was no way out. The space has already been sealed. Long Fei, it's all Long Fei's fault. If not for him, we would have long since left our status as cannon fodder battalions. When the Tian Yun City Lord comes, we will immediately surrender. Maybe the Tian Yun City Lord will give us a chance to live. There was no hope for them to escape, as all of their faces were filled with anxiety, and they looked at Long Fei with ill intent. They believed that Long Fei killing Gu Qin was the reason for the disaster today. If not for Long Fei, he would have fought with all his might. They were still cannon fodder that had been stored on the warship, like cattle waiting to be slaughtered. With regards to these voices, Long Fei completely ignored them. In front of the boss, everything was fake. It was like a lobster right in front of one's face. Who would care about a few shrimps whispering disgusting words into one's ear? Long Fei did not care, but Li Wuxin could no longer tolerate it. You all are really too shameless. If not for Long Fei, where would you be right now? If not for Long Fei, what kind of fate would await you too? Now, if you all don't say that you are united, you will all advance and retreat together, and you will all be thinking of selling out Long Fei. You are all scum. Li Wuxin said angrily. With every word he said, his body trembled. From the looks of it, his rage had already reached its peak. The group of men from the cannon fodder battalion were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Even if they did something shameless, they would definitely not want to be exposed. What's more, they were already on the verge of death, so they wouldn't care. Li Wuxin, what are you pretending to be a good person for? Go and die if you dare. You go and say that you killed them. You go and take responsibility for everything. Some people said that they no longer had any sense of shame. In order to survive, they had already decided not to humiliate themselves. Li Wuxin was surprised for a moment, then immediately revealed a joyous look in his eyes. Right, I can take all the responsibility on myself. This way, Long Fei will no longer have to die. When Long Fei, who was just about to go all out, heard this sentence, he was instantly rendered speechless. Is this really the inheritance of the extermination emperor? Shouldn't you look down on us and use a single move to destroy us? So kind. Are you serious? Long Fei looked at Li Wuxin. He had an illusion that something was wrong with the system. Right at this moment, a black curtain of light completely descended. It was as if it covered the void of primal chaos, and darkness engulfed everything. My son. Who was it? Who killed my son? In the endless darkness, a voice exploded. Shortly after, in the darkness, a purple robe appeared and whistled by. Shwa shwa shwa. The purple light was like a blade, cutting through the urgency in everyone's hearts. Everyone's eyes were fixated on this purple color. Long Fei was calm and his eyes flashed with a bright light. He was different from other people. With the system around, all he could see was golden light. Too dazzling than the previous undead lord. It's you. Gu Xingdao landed beside the corpse of the Guqin, which had already turned into a pile of mud. The rage in his eyes was about to erupt. When he saw Long Fei again, his killing intent rose to its highest point. Yes, that's me. As I said before, this meeting is the time for him to repay his sins. Long Fei said casually. Ah, little bastard, you killed my son, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. If I don't tear your body into 10,000 pieces today, I, Gu Xingdao, will simply commit suicide. The purple mist around Gu Xingdao rose and gradually became denser. Even the golden light emitted by the boss was overshadowed by it. It was extremely terrifying. A hint of caution flashed past Long Fei's eyes as well. The boss was very strong, especially now that he had a tendency to mutate. He's so strong yet he wants to mutate? If he were to break through to the supreme great complete realm, that would be King awesome. Long Fei's eyes flashed and said, There's no need for that. You won't have a chance. Because I will personally kill you. Long Fei said as the idea moved. Immortal body. Absolute super armor, activate. Facing such a strong boss, Long Fei did not have much time to hesitate, and directly chose his strongest move. Under normal circumstances, Long Fei would not have a second choice when facing the boss. There was no reason to do it. No matter the cost, it was going to explode. At this moment, Gu Xingdao's body had also completely changed. The rich purple color gradually changed, and he was now dressed in black. Under the black robe, the aura on Gu Xingdao became even more tyrannical. It was as though every breath brought with it the power to kill. Brat, you are too arrogant. Even if the entire unknown region turns upside down today, this old man will still kill you. The black-clothed ancient cultivator, who was in the form of a demon king, coldly spoke. Black filled the air, and his killing intent surged recklessly. Black filled the air, and his killing intent surged recklessly. Under the void, there was no longer a second color. Even the purple color on Gu Xingdao's body had disappeared and turned black. The entire space was like a mass of black gas that was spreading, surging violently. Ah, so terrifying! Is this hell on earth? To actually be able to reverse it even in the sky. No, I feel like I'm going to die. I can't even raise my cultivation, and my strength has already been released by the seal. In this kind of situation, who else could be a match for Tian Yun City's master? It's all Long Fei's fault. Darned Long Fei, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. In the cannon fodder camp, a huge amount of resentment was released. All of them were complaining about Long Fei's word. They were afraid of death, so everything was oriented in the direction of the possibility of survival. They did not want to miss this chance. At this time, there was still a feeling of hope, hoping that Long Fei would be killed by the ancient Tao as soon as possible. That way, no one would make things difficult for them anymore. Whiz! The black gas engulfed the area and turned into a fist in the endless darkness. Boom! This punch seemed to have come from nowhere as it landed on Long Fei's abdomen. Puff! Long Fei's body instantly lost control and flew out. Boom! 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 After smashing apart who knows how many towering ancient trees in a row, Long Fei's figure finally stopped. Ha ha ha, with just this bit of ability, you still want to kill me? In this darkness, I am the only ruler of the world. Even the Lord of the Primal Chaos cannot interfere. Long Fei, do you think you can survive without the protection of the Lord of Primal Chaos? If you kill my son, even if the Lord of Chaos comes, he won't be able to save you. In the darkness, the voice of the Tianyun City Lord rumbled in his ears like thunder. Puff puff! Long Fei spat out another mouthful of blood, the sweet taste still constantly appearing in his throat. Too strong. He had already reached the peak of the ancient Tao. The degree of peak of perfection, even undead Lord cannot compare to it. Furthermore, after the mutation, it was impossible to estimate how powerful the other party actually was. But what was certain was that if Long Fei had not activated his immortal's physique in advance, his opponent's punch would have shattered his flesh. I can't be passive. I have to take the initiative. Long Fei lowered his head and was about to release a skill. But right at this moment, Long Fei still hadn't spoke. Another black shadow descended, heavily smashing Long Fei out. You want to use your power, right? Ha ha ha, you think I don't know your tricks? I have to say, the method you used to kill that old thing from the Zhao family really made me greedy. But sadly, do you think that no one knows about your power? The people from the divine space are currently in my city lord's mansion. Aren't you relying on your pubes' power? Then let this old man destroy your pubes. Let's see how you will continue to use this power. The black-robed ancient path let out a berserk howl, and an earth-shattering change in its aura occurred. And at this time, Long Fei had also fallen into a state of madness. He didn't have time to activate his Empyrean god insanity. He was interrupted by Gu Xingdao's crazy attacks, again and again and again. Minutes and seconds passed. In the midst of the black aura, there was only the sound of constant bombardment. Other sounds could not be heard at all. Long Fei. I'm afraid he's already been beaten to death. Definitely, this kind of power, who can endure it? Tianyun City Lord is indeed worthy of being a veteran expert. He's too awesome. Fortunately, their power isn't directed at us. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. For 3 minutes, the entire dark space was filled with the sound of collisions. Li Wuxin was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. In this dark space, he couldn't even raise his cultivation. Long Fei, don't die. If you can endure this tribulation, you will be my boss from now on. Li Wuxin roared, encouraging Long Fei. At this moment, he felt an indescribable sense of loss, as if someone was about to lose their life. This feeling of loss made him feel extreme pain. What he did not know was that at this time, Long Fei had indeed already fallen into an abnormally painful state. Even if it was an immortal body, it was still an absolute body. After receiving so many attacks, his body was already on the verge of collapse. This was because absolute domination prevented physical attacks, but other than the brutality of one punch, there was also the unparalleled power of the arcane skill hidden in the dark. That was the reason for the damage. Ding! Absolute super armor has received the highest amount of damage. It will automatically release berserk power the next time it is attacked. Ding! Host's body is too weak. You won't be able to withstand another attack. Ding! Ask host, would you like to release it? At this moment, the system kept beeping out notifications. Berserk energy was the energy attribute of the absolute body. It absorbed all the isolated injuries and repelled them. Furthermore, the more severe the damage, the more explosive the power would be. Release. Long Fei said firmly. At this moment, he had no other choice. Furthermore, up till now, Long Fei's heart was already filled with boundless rage. It was the first time in history that he had been completely suppressed. Even though he had a killing technique, he could not release it. This feeling was like kicking and choking. At this moment, the darkness dissipated and a black curtain, as if receding from the world, finally scattered the light from the sky. And everything had been exposed. Hiss! Instantly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Broken walls and ruins, broken mountains and shattered rocks. It was as if the world had experienced a natural disaster, and all existence was no longer complete. And in the distance, Long Fei himself was in an even more miserable state. Dead, he really is dead. If you're injured like this and still don't die, then I'll eat shit in front of you. I hope that you can calm the anger of the Tianyun City Lord. Everyone whispered to each other, completely ignoring Long Fei. In their eyes, it was impossible for them to survive in this kind of state. Only Li Wuxin was rushing forward like a madman. Impossible, it won't die, it definitely won't die. You said you wanted to be my boss, how can you just die like that? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Li Wuxin madly dashed over. However, when they got closer, they felt that they were in a bad mood. With a plop, he kneeled before Zhang Xian. The Long Fei in front of him had long since lost his human form, and was completely smashed into a human-shaped mass of flesh. His flesh and blood were all intertwined together, and even his bones could be seen with the naked eye. This fool! He still dares to maintain Long Fei's relationship at this time. He is truly a self-torturer. This is perfect. With someone attracting the attention of the Tianyun City Lord, we will be even safer. Ha, this time we can finally avoid danger. The men of the Cannon Fodder Battalion completely relaxed. Looking at the black-robed Gu Xingdao, they buried their heads deep into their bones. As expected, Gu Xingdao originally thought that Long Fei had died and was preparing to leave as well. But after seeing Li Wuxin fly over, the baleful aura appeared once again. Very good, since there are still people related to you, then let's go and die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a single step, Gu Xingdao traveled 3,000 meters and directly appeared in the air above Long Fei. Then, he threw out a punch. However, just as the fist was about to land on Li Wuxin, a sudden change occurred. Long Fei, who had already turned into a lump of flesh and blood, instantly underwent a transformation, and with a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, he recovered his body. Gu Xingdao, your father has been waiting a long time for this punch of yours. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was just 5 simple words, but they became a topic of discussion in this space. Especially in this kind of situation, everyone already thought that Long Fei was dead. And yet, this berserk voice appeared. He's still not dead? Impossible, impossible. What did I go through? Who the hell is he? Heavens, he didn't die? The exclamations continued without end. However, the culprit who was shocked by the crime was still Gu Xingdao's expression instantly became dark and cold as his killing intent exploded out of him in the blink of an eye. The stronger his killing intent was, the more powerful the punch would be. But what he did not know was that this was the outcome Long Fei was waiting for. Level +1 use. Berserk power activate. Long Fei's voice was clear and swift without the slightest hesitation. Long Fei knew that once he erupted, he had to link them together and take them all away. Otherwise, even if he was a heavenly god maniac, if he couldn't kill Gu Xingdao with a single slash, he could cause his dark curtain to descend once again and then suffer the pain once more. Therefore, Long Fei had been waiting. He was waiting for this moment, for Gu Xingdao to make a move again and use his trump card. Boom! As Long Fei's voice fell, all of the injuries on his body abruptly recovered, without the slightest hint of injury. Not only that, the aura emanating from his body had also become a bit stronger. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. The current level is Ancient Era's Almighty Level 5. Experience 0/300 000 inch. Long Fei leveled up one more level, although Long Fei was also extremely reluctant to do so. However, when it was broken, it would be broken. The trump card was used to slap the face and kill the boss. Long Fei was not a miser. As long as he was still alive, he would have everything. This was because he had the system. Bastard, did you have a good beating? I said that I will kill you, but today, I will definitely kill you. Long Fei held onto his killing weapon, the coldness in his eyes raging. The coquettish actions of Gu Xingdao just now made Long Fei feel abnormally sullen in his heart. Basically, he didn't have any strength to fight back. Unhappy. Extreme displeasure. Therefore, at this moment, Long Fei did not hesitate to use any means. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to explode out the ancient path. At this moment, Gu Xingdao's fist finally landed. Brat, it seems that your power is quite special. Since that's the case, I'll break you apart once again. I'll have to see whether you die or not. Gu Xing stood in the air. He gathered the strength in his hand and was about to attack again. However, his movements had only just begun, and he had already stopped. Because his previous punch, the moment it neared Long Fei, immediately stopped. Do you still want to fight? It's too late. Old thing, today, I'll let you have a taste of what is called Berserk Power. Berserk Power, release it. Long Fei said again. At this moment, Long Fei was already going a little crazy. What happened just now was too much of a pain, so he could only release it like crazy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An equally domineering force was released from Long Fei's body. This power was almost equivalent to the sum of the powers he had endured. In an instant, it filled the entire area. No, that's impossible. Gu Xingdao's expression suddenly changed, becoming completely devoid of blood. He was too familiar with this kind of power, it was his own power. However, this level of power far exceeded his own. Not to mention defending against it, even if he faced it, he wouldn't dare to do so on his path to the ancient Tao. No, that's not possible. This is the power of my Heavenly Emperor technique. How could you possibly know how to use it? Gu Xingdao could not believe his eyes as he crazily retreated. But because he was fast, his berserk energy was even faster. In just a split second, it surged forward, completely submerging Gu Xingdao's figure within it. In an instant, a huge rumbling sound directly sank the earth, as if an abyss was being created. Soon after, the rumbling sounds dissipated, and a deep pit about 3,000 feet deep appeared before everyone. Silence, a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. Especially those who had opened their mouths to obstruct Long Fei and were ungrateful, their intestines had already turned green from regret. All of their eyes were filled with panic, afraid that Long Fei would take revenge. Long Fei's line of sight was still fixated at the bottom of the abyss. He knew that Gu Xingdao wasn't dead yet. Up until now, the system had yet to reveal any signs of death. This also meant that the ancient Tao of nature wasn't dead at all. It really is a big boss. Incredible. It seems like this time we'll definitely get something out of it. As Long Fei thought to himself, he immediately used his deadly weapon. God of Heaven Madman, activate. Ding. God Berserk has locked onto us. The system appeared. It was also at this moment that from the bottom of the deep pit that was thousands of feet deep, streams of blood-red light shot out. 1, 2, 3, 10 million. In just a few breaths, the entire world was dyed with blood. The entire space had turned blood-red. Ha 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 ha, boy, I really want to thank you. I was lucky enough to break through to the top level of the Heavenly Emperor technique. Kid, let's see who will kill who this time. Ha ha! Laughter came out from within it. It carried an unspeakable arrogance as it spread throughout the world. At this time, Long Fei was also stunned. Immediately after, a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. The ancient path had become stronger. This meant that the boss's level had risen again. Haha, upgraded? Very good, old bastard. I would really like to say that you really have endless potential, you have godly assistance in this matter. At least, this time, I have not wasted so many cards in vain. God of heaven, madman! Kill! Long Fei also laughed crazily. Now that he had leveled up, the killing powers of the God of Heaven fanatics would level up as well. In other words, the current Long Fei was using Heavenly God Frenzy, so long as he did not encounter Powerhouse who had a cultivation level above super perfection, he could kill them instantly. Was not even the least bit afraid when it came to the current 2 degrees of mutation in the ancient elemental Tao. Boom! As the blade fell, the bloody light that filled the sky was directly split by Long Fei from the middle. It was as though the sky was being separated from the world. It was incomparably domineering. Whiz! At this moment, Gu Xingdao had also rushed out of the abyss. His black clothes had also disappeared, turning into red clothes. Purple clothes, black clothes, red clothes. 3 changes in a row. At this moment, he was in an extremely strong state. The corner of his mouth flashed with disdain. Heh, not bad, you have some skill, but you're actually able to cut apart my blood-colored sky curtain. But even so, what can you do about it? If you want me to stay safe and sound, you will definitely die. I hope you can understand this logic. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xingdao moved his red clothes and his robes made a loud noise. In an instant, the veins on his forehead bulged as he brazenly attacked. The red dress moved, and the sky condensed once again. The red dress moved, and the sky condensed once again. Just like Long Fei's first slash, a white slash. Seeing this scene, even Long Fei's heart shivered. Impossible, his current aura is still at the supreme great complete realm. He has never broken through. It's definitely impossible for him to resist my strength. Long Fei's heart sank. Did not believe that Gu Xingdao was able to break the power of the system. Thinking about it, Long Fei moved his hand. Second blade, chop. Long Fei bellowed, the great killing weapon in his hand slashed horizontally across the sky, and another blade slashed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blood screen was sliced open again. Not only that, at this moment, Gu Xingdao's aura also weakened slightly. Ha ha ha, I thought you weren't going to die. So that's all it is. Long Fei laughed out loud. Brat, if you continue, I don't believe that your strength won't run out. Gu Xingdao let out a loud roar as his entire body turned blood red. He looked like a demon king. You're right, if you don't die, then this blade of mine will never be finished. Long Fei replied casually. Next, the third slash. Ryuwumbumble. With this slash, the damage to his strength increased again. Long Fei felt that this power was something that even the undead Lord S could kill with a single slash. Boom. Asterisk, the blood-red color of the entire world was directly shattered by this strike. Even Gu Xingdao himself was sent flying backwards. At the same time, blood veins appeared on his body. 300 million. Boy, I will kill you. I do not believe that you can still use such a violent power. Gu Xingdao was infuriated. Right now, his strength after his mutation had been dispersed by Long Fei's 3 slashes. He was already injured. Are you hurt? However, you are right, this is a knife that I can cut. Long Fei's eyes flashed. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Gu Xingdao was injured, it proved that the rules of the system were unbreakable. In other words, under the power of the heavenly god fanatics, Gu Xingdao would undoubtedly die as well. There was no second result. After slashing 3 times, Long Fei had no intention to stop. 300 million was a lot of blood. Even with a saber and a saber, the effect couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Gu Xingdao simply couldn't feel the pain at all. Thinking about how Gu Xingdao had blown up violently just now, Long Fei was immediately enraged in his heart. Therefore, Long Fei wanted to beat him up at all costs. It was impossible to not take revenge. Avenge every night. If I can kill you, I definitely can't let you get injured. To be able to make you feel so much pain that you wish you were dead, I definitely won't let you die so easily. These 3 cuts did not disappoint Long Fei, and all landed on Gu Xingdao's body, causing Gu Xingdao's blood to flow down slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. One slash was more vicious than another. After 3 slashes, his HP fell to 120 million. The first slash cost 50 million, the second slash cost 60 million, and the third slash cost 70 million. At this moment, Gu Xingdao's aura had completely disappeared without a trace. He thought that after his cultivation technique broke through, he would be able to roam unhindered in the world. But as soon as he came out, he was immediately ruthlessly slashed by Long Fei. At this moment, he could already feel the threat of death. He was scared. He was really scared. Long Fei's power did not seem to have an endpoint. The damage of the saber was even greater than that of the saber. Long Fei, this old man advises you to stop at once. Since you allowed me to break through, I can let this matter slide. This old man can even pave the way for you so that you will know more about the strength of the participants in the qualification battles. Gu Xingdao said in a deep voice. He admitted defeat. But Long Fei had a cold smile on his face. You admitted defeat? Haha, Gu Xing said. Aren't you awesome? I killed your son. Long Fei ridiculed. As long as I'm alive, I can have as many sons as I want. This old one's sister is the Zhen Fei of the Heavenly Empire. If you cooperate with this old man, I guarantee that you will smoothly obtain the final victory of the God of Boundary. Gu Xingdao said even though he was extremely depressed. But he had to say it like this. It was completely like begging for forgiveness in front of Long Fei, showing off his worth in exchange for a chance to live. Ha! The corner of Long Fei's mouth moved and let out a cold laugh, but he did not immediately state his stance. At this moment, on the ground, the men of the Cannon Fodder Battalion and Li Wuxin were completely dumbfounded. The reversal in front of them had completely exceeded their expectations. Long Fei. Li Wuxin muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with boundless excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. Those men of the Cannon Fodder Battalion had long gone pale. It was too shocking, too dazzling. However, they could not get excited at all. The stronger Long Fei got, the more bitter they felt in their hearts. What should I do? How could he be so strong? It's over, it's all because of you. If you didn't trick us just now, we wouldn't have attacked Long Fei at all. It's all your fault, you cowardly, ungrateful scum. You don't know how to be grateful, and you still want to bewitch us. I'll kill you. Immediately, the entire Cannon Fodder Battalion fell into chaos. The few people who had initially wanted to attack Long Fei verbally became the target of tens of thousands of people and started to curse. Shut up. Suddenly, Long Fei's voice came from the sky. In an instant, no other sound could be heard. This was because strength was everything. Long Fei completely had the power to instantly kill them. If he told them to shut up, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Long Fei's cold gaze swept across everyone present. With a disdainful smile, he looked at Gu Xingdao once again and said, All right, you just said that we will cooperate, but at least let me see your sincerity. What do you think? Long Fei sneered. That's easy. Gu Xingdao lowered his head to take a look, and then his killing intent appeared once more. Swish! In the next moment, A red light whizzed past and directly turned into a bloody net that spread out. "Oh no. Long Fei, don't kill me. Hurry up and make him stop. We have no intention of becoming your enemy. We just want to live." Countless of pleas burst out, but Long Fei remained unmoved. Long Fei had given these people a chance before, but they didn't care about it themselves. Such a person's death was not worth lamenting. The begging continued, but it became weaker and weaker. In the end, they were all annihilated by the power of the ancient path. The system still did not drop anything. This was because they were too weak, so weak that even their experience was negligible. A moment later, Gu Xingdao once again appeared in front of Long Fei and said, "Are you satisfied now?" Gu Xingdao said in a deep voice, "Ha ha, satisfied, very satisfied. But I reject what you said before." Long Fei laughed proudly. "I refuse." The three large words were nowhere to be seen, causing Gu Xingdao's expression to instantly become frantic. "Kid, are you messing with me?" The killing intent on Gu Xingdao surged and his face turned red. "Yes, you're right. I'm just playing with you. What can you do? However, you are only half right. Not only will I mess with you, I will also kill you. Big Boss, go ahead and attack." Long Fei's eyes darkened. The seventh blade of the God of Heaven berserkers slashed down from the sky. The seventh saber strike descended once again. The seventh saber strike descended once again. Explode. Long Fei's eyes turned cold and he slashed his blade downwards. Up until now, the battle had exhausted all means available to it. Finally, it was time to end it. Long Fei made a rough calculation. After this blade strike, even if Gu Xing didn't die, at most, he would only have 30 million blood left, and it would be impossible for him to turn the situation around. "No, Long Fei, don't kill me. I just broke through and haven't been bestowed the throne yet. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me." Gu Xingdao begged with a face full of unwillingness. "I beg of you, Long Fei, Master Long, please don't kill me. I finally reached where I am today with great difficulty. Let me enjoy this honor. I can follow you in the future. I am your subordinate. With a person like me, I accept the position of divine body. After I break through that realm, you will be able to walk unhindered in this unknown land. And those enemies of yours in the divine space, I can kill them all." The ancient path had changed into a red one. A purple, black, and red cross had appeared. At this moment, his aura was in chaos. Facing Long Fei, he had already completely lost all courage to fight. No, it should be said that the current him didn't even have the qualifications to fight Long Fei. He was completely terrified. In the face of death, all his arrogance had disappeared without a trace. He could only beg for forgiveness and ask for the last chance of survival. "It's not a bad condition, but it's a pity that I don't agree to it. Did you have a good fight just now? Are you done? Are you trying to run away with your pants up? Where did such a good thing come from? What about the heavenly jewel master? If you want to be respected in front of me, you can't even dream about it." As Long Fei spoke, his heart was also filled with lingering fear. Inwardly, he thought that it was fortunate that he had acted decisively just now and didn't give Gu Xingdao the chance to do so. Initially, Gu Xingdao was still puzzled over why he was still heavily injured by the God of Heaven. It could be understood now that there was another unique existence above the super great complete realm. It is called Honorable Seat. However, this power must be bestowed by the heavens. It was like a title. However, this title was bestowed upon him by the heavens. The only way to obtain power of that level was to bear the bestowal of the heavens and obtain a position of honor. If I let you obtain the throne, how would I kill you? They have to die. Long Fei thought. And at that moment, God of Heaven's madman's seventh blade fell. The blade attack was like the world was being turned upside down. The blade light directly submerged Gu Xingdao within it. Even though Gu Xingdao had channeled his energy and forcefully transformed it into purple clothes, it was still useless. No, Long Fei, you will regret killing me. If you kill me, you will become enemies with the entire Sky Empire. The Celestial Emperor is the sovereign of the entire Arceus region. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely die a miserable death, Gu Xingdao said with difficulty. Since begging had been useless before, there was only another way, and that was to threaten. But the thing that Long Fei was least afraid of was threats. Threatening me? Who do you care? You're just a boss, how could I be threatened by you? Long Fei said coldly, a killing intent erupting from his heart. Bosses were meant to drop. There was no such thing as a boss. He slashed out once again. This was the 8th move of the God of Heaven Berserkers. The 7th slash was able to produce over 80 million blood, and this slash was probably worth nearly 90 million. Under this kind of strength, no matter how powerful the ancient Tao was, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As he waved his blade, the entire sky began to twist and distort. The vast blade radiance seemed to emit killing intent from the heavens as it came crashing down. Too strong, Long Fei. You're so strong, why are you helping me? Li Wuxin was no longer able to speak to himself. Looking at the descending saber strike, he was so astonished that he could no longer speak. At the same time, he was also thinking about what Long Fei had said before. For a moment, he hesitated, not daring to make a decision, and the Long Fei at this time had also fallen into a state of waiting. However, the system seemed to be stuck, no sound could be heard. No way, he's not dead yet. Long Fei was stunned. This was already the 8th slash. Judging by the difference in the amount of blood left, as well as the power of an Empyrean God Berserker, Gu Xingdao would definitely be as dead as he was ever going to be. Ha 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 ha, Long Fei, I am not dead. The power bestowed by the heavens has finally arrived. Ha ha, you didn't think that when I talked so much just now, I was only stalling for time. Now, the power bestowed by the heavens has finally descended. When I absorb it, I will have a position bestowed by the heavens. When that time comes, I will make you a prisoner. Every day, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, within the black and red light that had been submerged by the blade light, Gu Xingdao's voice exploded once again. Long Fei looked over and his heart froze. At this moment, Gu Xingdao was already a dying man. His blood had long since been drained, but his soul was still enveloped by an indescribable power. Even his physical body was constantly recovering under this kind of power. Under this kind of power, the entire world became silent, as if all living things bowed down and respected it. Power of heaven? Your cultivation? Long Fei took 2 steps back and hesitated. This kind of strength was too strange. Even Long Fei felt that it was a power that he had never faced before, one that seemed to be everywhere, but also beyond perception. Brat, make your move. Otherwise, once he inherits this power, you won't even be a match for him. Just as Long Fei was hesitating, Long Batian suddenly called out his strength. Long Fei's heart stopped for a moment, as he was a little puzzled. Long Batian should have hoped for death, only then would he be able to complete his plans. Soon after, Long Fei felt a change in the pubes and understood. Long Batian, you want me to use the pubes' power, right? Long Fei sneered. The pubes could only be used 3 times, and after 3 times, Long Fei would also be burnt to ashes. Other than the power of the pubes, do you have any other methods to kill the other party? You did not. Long Batian muttered to himself. He was calm and collected, as though he was certain that Long Fei did not have any trump cards. Ha ha ha, without power? Long Batian, when did you know that I can only slash 8 times? Long Fei chuckled, and then moved the killing weapon in his hand. Heaven's bestowal? Hee hee, so what if you're a gift from heaven? There's no need to fight over a boss with lousy. God of Heaven Berserk 9th/lock on. Long Fei locked onto her with his eyes and suddenly made his move. Swish. In the cold and silent void, the cold whistling sound of a blade slicing through the sky appeared. Instantly, this sound became the only melody. Soon after, a ray of saber light flashed across the air. It was tens of thousands of feet long and continued to condense until it finally became a normal size. At the same time, Long Fei's voice came out. Gu Xingdao, do you think that just because you have the power bestowed by the heavens, you will not die? Then I'll make you completely hopeless today. I am not willing to see your position of heaven bestowed to me. Even if it is the power of heaven, I will not be able to protect you. Explode for me. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.